Hey, good morning, you guys. How is everybody doing? I made some coffee and it is so freaking good. I'm real energetic this morning. I am. I'm just as happy as a bee, I guess. I've got my hats and stuff. Put that in a container. Hey, hey, Tierney. How are the kids doing? Hey, positive vibe. Tierney, how are the children doing? Hey, Joy loves God. Joy loves God. Your stuff, M Rose, Shan, and TB21. You all stuff is slated to be at your week after, not next week, but the week after that. Some of the people's stuff, the track and say Monday, this coming Monday. They sick? Did you get them some medicine? I know it just took me forever. Like I pull up to I pull up to a post office and I see how long the line is, I will pull out. I just happened to be out on a case in North Memphis and saw the post office and saw it wasn't a soul because I was like, dog, is it open? I pulled up and I was like, it's open. It ain't a soul up in there. I hurry up and ran in there. What good? Good morning, M Rose. I decided to get on early. I wanted to talk about some knowledge. I went to sleep looking at something last night. Y'all know I love to like eat and feast on knowledge. Now I know I be getting on here cussing and stuff. I gotta stop doing it. When people get on my nerves and stuff, it makes me real mad, and I'm human. I get to cussing, okay? And it really bothers me, like, well, with men and women, especially, when I see men that are, disrespectful and want to harass women. And I know that men are not supposed to be doing that. Like, but listen, I mean, if you're a boy in grade school, but if you're a grown man, especially you in your 30s and 40s and 50s, it's something wrong with that. Like it's very disappointing, and it's real disappointing to me when I see women that team up with guys that's so easily sent out. Like that's hurtful to me. Like it makes us, our gender, look so bad when you see women that allow men to put them on missions, women that they don't even know. They just male identify because of all of the hurt and stuff that they've been through. Now I'll cuss a bitch out. Excuse me, my French, okay? But I am so not male identified. You know what I mean? Like I know as women what we go through, like how we have to always stay on top of our A game because you never know what you're gonna get when you walk into a meeting. You don't know if the person is a chauvinist, if the person is a hey, inappropriate, with you being a woman and want to try and degrade you. Like we always have to keep our guards up. And so and so to see women on here that's so male identified, you got men now, they just sit back with their arms folded and send broken women out to do their dirt. And to me, I just, it's really, really, really just sad. Like it's been some women that I promise you I was getting ready to tear into because they deserved it. And I thought about, I got a mother that's a praying woman. And it's sad when you have to spend money and stuff because these people are so hurt. Like if they get a cash app, they'll dance the damn jig. But as my mom was saying, you have to understand, like some of these folks don't have anything, right? They don't have anything. And so they're jealous, they've been through a lot. And it's sad, instead of people trying to heal from the trauma that they've gone through, they look at somebody like me. And I guess I'm on here. I have a vibrant personality, um, and then I talk about, I love my dad. And so people think that's being braggadocious. I have a good mother. Oh, she talk about she got a good mama. That's that she just bragging. God to take her mama. Start praying against your parents when that is a healthy thing, especially in our community. When people say, listen, I love my mama. I had all men are not bad fathers. I had a great father. I had a good father, that sat down and taught me business and stuff like that. I think me having a platform, that is a beautiful thing to do, especially the stigma that is behind, all black men, that they have put on all black men, right? So when you could say, I get on here and I say, no, I had a great father. I had a wonderful father. Okay, he wasn't somebody that just threw their kids and stuff away. That does not apply to all black men. That applies not to color but to the character of the person, and that could come in black, white, yellow, green, or whatever. But you have people that's so evil, like hey, people come from all different walks of life. Like I was taught to love, right? That's why when people say you help folks, and I'm learning, like I am learning, because I felt like if a person, especially with what our community has gone through, God put me in a position. Hey, I'm really, really, really supposed to teach the game and love my people, but those have been the ones to try to take the knowledge, because they can't use me. You can't use a person that's willing to try to help your no goods broke ass. Okay. And I try to help you if I can. And then you want to take the knowledge and give me your ass to kiss. That is one of the reasons, y'all. That is the main reason that our community is held back. And so it's just very disappointing, what women do, because they are so unhealed. They feel like because they've gone through hell, they want to see another woman go through it. I'm not that type of woman. I go through it so that I can, if I go through it, I go through it, I get the experience, and I'm able to talk about the experience to, if I can, help other women that come behind me to navigate on a different path if I can. But our community is toe up from the floor up, and that's the type of shit people don't like to talk about. Okay. Hey, Ellis. So if your ass is hungry, you ain't using me. If I see that your stomach hitting your back and I go, you hungry? Okay, here go a few little dollars. I mean, go get you something to eat. That's how I am. I do it with homeless people too. There ain't no what I've noticed with our people is our people so messed up. And folks sound like, you talk about our people. Somebody need to talk about you. Hell. So like when I go to the Whitehaven area, that's the area that my mother lives in. And so I go to the Whitehaven area, and on just especially by the expressway by 55, it's always a white person standing there panhandling. around, especially around the holidays, you see more black people around that area. They will stop. That you be seeing them handing money out the window. You see him hand the money out the window to the white guy, and the white guy is he pretty fat, so he probably lives in Germantown or somewhere. Okay, he ain't missing no meals. He's been there for years. They change up sometimes. I mean, it's probably a hustle, but hey, whatever. And but it's got to be a mental illness too, I guess. And so then, like sometimes if I, because a lot of times when I'm going to like Whitehaven, I like to take, especially if I got a case, I like to take the street. So I'll go from, I'll go down Bellevue all the way down Elvis Presley because I just like to ride through the hoods and because it brings back so many memories, right? So I take the street. So around those areas, you see black people. Like right there when you get to Elvis Presley and Brooks, there's always a black person standing there panhandling. You're not gonna see no black people giving nothing to the black person that's standing there, with their poster up saying, I'm hungry or I need money or anything like that. You're not gonna see that. They're gonna sit right there at that light at Brooks and Elvis Presley, and they ain't gonna give them a damn dime. It could be hot as hell, cold as hell. They're not gonna do it. But if they go all the way on up to Elvis Presley and hit Shelby Drive and go to the expressway right there, Mill Branch of Shelby Drive, and that white man is sitting there, they're subject to let their window down. Okay. And them same people that passed up that black guy that was standing at Brooks and Elvis Presley is going to pull their window down and hand out money to that white guy. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. Okay. You should give your money to whoever you want to do it to. But what I'm saying is something wrong with the mindset of our people. We hate what we see when we look in the mirror. And the reason I put Young Dolph up there is because, I think about the pattern, and folks say, she always talk about Young Dolph. Fuck you. I talk about what I want to talk about on my channel. And that's another thing. Witchcraft is very prevalent in our community. That's witchcraft when you think that you can make somebody do what you want them to do. That control demon is a spirit of witchcraft. Okay? So if I can't make her do it, I'm going to put a bunch of bitches that ain't got no life on her to try to harass her. And that's the reason why I always say, bitch, you going back to poverty hole. You better decide what you gonna do, what it's gonna be. Because I ain't gonna play with you. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you on the internet. You got something to lose, ho. It is against the law to harass somebody on here. Okay? So what is it gonna be? You need the acceptance of this dude that you don't even know. You want that more than you, because I'm gonna put you through hell because we going to court. So what is it gonna be? That's the reason why I can't play with these women no more. Okay, because now these dudes sitting back getting these women to do the dirty work. And as a woman, it should be an insult for a man to sit up and think that he can send you out. You supposed to be cussing him out. What you think, I'm your send out? Go get your mammy to do it. That's when you supposed to talk bad to him. Okay? Go get your damn daddy. Go dig your daddy up and get him to do it. That's when you supposed to talk real bad to a person. You think I'm your sent out? But instead, you got so many women that's damaged. Yeah, she thinks she's something. If I don't think I'm something, who gonna think I'm something? I work hard. I work real hard. So if I don't think I'm somebody, because see, my mom and my dad and my grandma and them instilled in me, you are somebody. I'm supposed to diminish that because of a bunch of broken bitches? Okay? And so that's why I say our community needs some healing. I think about Young Dolph. I talk about who I want to talk about. They was not satisfied. Young Dolph is a great example of the lack of respect of your own kind. It ain't no way in the world any crazy person would have stopped. God was giving them the opportunity to stop. And then you got people that are mentally twisted on here. She hating on Yo Gotti because she want him and the rest of them that had young Dolph killed to go to jail. You is mentally retarded, bitch. Whoever thinks like that. Yes, I want him to go to jail. Young Dolph was a human being. He was not Yo Gotti's or Quet's or Cornelius's or a Straight Drop or Head or Zach or Jukes or nobody's to take. They ain't no motherfucking God. I don't put man where I supposed to put God in. If that's what's wrong with some of these Negroes. They sitting up worshiping man. Okay, and that's the reason why they can't catch a break. Because if you read your Bible, you will see what God did to the children of Israel when they was worshiping Baal. I don't idolize no man that's got blood running through his damn veins. Okay, I might have a little admiration for their excellence if they truly got some, but I don't idolize nobody. I love my mom and them to death. I don't idolize them. Okay. And so our mind is twisted because when you get somebody, he's a blueprint. That's the reason why we can't stop talking about him over here. Okay. It's other people that had a blueprint. Yo Gotti ain't no damn blueprint to me. When you destroy, you ain't no blueprint to me. You is a destroyer of your community. I don't respect that, especially in no man. Men are supposed to be running the Black community. They supposed to be. But because so many of them are off of their rocker, they have forced us to have to stand to the front with logic. They put us in a position where we got to act as a man, and then they turn around and talk about us. She thinks you're a man. You put me in a position because you're a damn fool. Okay? And a lot of these women won't say nothing as long as that, well, I got to eat. I got to eat. He be bringing me some money home. Lady, you a damn nervous wreck. You is crazy. You're a nervous wreck. But you talking about you got to eat. You might need to get out and get you a job or get you some type of skill so you can get your kids away from that toxicity, because you messed up and you get ready to mess your kids up in the house with that toxic, crazy ass man. Okay? So that's why I say our people perish for the lack of knowledge, and people be getting mad at me. She be hollering on her channel. You ain't got to listen to me. All you got to do is go to another channel. You ain't even got to come up in here. So that means it's a mental illness. Anytime you keep going to a channel of somebody's that you don't like their message, it's an obsession and a mental illness. Okay. And I can't really do nothing about that other than tell you go get you some help. Okay. So last night when I fell asleep, I thought about, God brought back to my mind like this documentary that I was thinking about, that I looked at a long time ago. Tariq Nasheed. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you a good channel to look at too. I haven't been over to the Twins channel in a long time. Okay. The Twins be having some good knowledge. The boys from out of New Orleans. I'm gonna have to go. I ain't been over to the Twins channel. I be in school and working and stuff. I'm gonna have to go back over there because I support the Twins. Okay. And so, but anyways, when I thought about Tariq and Nasheed, I thought about them too. And so, anyways, in Hidden Colors, and these are like documentaries and stuff that they try to keep hidden from us because they don't ever want us to know our history. Just like when I started getting deep in here, somebody came in here last night, you divisive. I'm not divisive. If you ask me, all mankind is equal. I don't believe in discrimination against nobody because of their choice of their sexuality. Absolutely not. I have said from the very start, I don't care who, excuse me, y'all. I don't care who you are with. That is your business as far as your preference, as far as sex. I don't have nothing against no homosexual person. There, I have cousins and stuff that are homosexual, and say something about them and see what I do. Disrespect them and see what I do. Okay, I don't stand with that. When I told y'all what I don't stand with, I don't like pedophiles, and I don't care if you're homosexual or heterosexual. I don't. That's my problem. So I don't have nothing against nobody when they choose to do when there are two willing participants. I got something against people that are predators. Okay. So I think a lot of people have the issues confused. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I have to blow my nose. I'm sorry. So a lot of people have the issues confused. I don't have anything against nobody because of the color of their skin. That would make me just as mentally, that's a mental illness. That's a damn mental illness to be sitting up hating somebody because of the color of their skin. You sick. Okay. And I don't care what your color is, you sick. Okay, because we all know that evil comes in all colors. It ain't got nothing to do with the color of your skin. It's definitely the character, your mentality, your brain might be screwed up if you got serial killer tendencies. Listen, I'm gonna get on here one day, y'all. I be studying this stuff, so I'm gonna tell y'all something. That's one of the things that I've gotten trained in. I don't know why I enjoy. I don't want to be. I ain't no damn psychiatrist. I enjoy studying about the damn mind, especially a sick ass mind. That's why I'm able to identify crazy people. A lot of people think I'm crazy. I'm not. I'm kooky. I ain't crazy. I'm gonna talk to y'all about that. We're gonna talk about that one day. That's real deep. Okay, about crazy, like twisted people. Okay, and it's quite a few of them that's on YouTube because I be in they bushes sometimes watching them. It's a lot of people that should not be on YouTube. Okay, I can size them up pretty quick because I've been trained on this stuff. Okay, but listen, y'all. So when I went to sleep last night, I was looking at this. Okay, and we're gonna look at a little bit of it. What's up, the Lust Demon? Lust Demon, you want to come up so you can review this video with me? I think it would be good for you and here or whoever else want to.
Pharaoh king sitting on the throne of Kemet. Her cousin sits on the throne of Puanit, or what we call Somalia. There are great things happening historically across the African continent. You have the kingdoms of Kuba and Luba in Central Africa.
They don't want us to know
Mansa
our history.
Musa was the king of
And
Mali.
I think this is important
in the 1300s.
Definitely for black men, because I'm telling you, my heart be so full when I start really researching our history and looking at the greatness of black men and women, especially what black men have done. Okay, because they've always been the leaders, right? Wow, I mean, it's just so awesome, and it goes back to, and this documentary reminded me of that when I started doing research. Like I was like, dog, in school it was really weird, like because I would count. I think I told y'all this. As far as like math and calculus and stuff, like I would have issues, so I would have to. My dad would always give me like tutoring, but what was so weird is I aced my timetables. Like I could always recite my timetables off of the top of my head. Like it's always been really weird. And even with addition and subtraction, it's easy, but sometimes I count on my finger like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's 12. I have to do that. But like if you ask me my timetables, it just comes off like that. Even like with boys, we was in school, remember? The boys could be making F's, but when it came to that calculus, it came to that algebra, they aced it. They weren't in class, they was cutting class. And I'm like, dog, how they making hundreds on this algebra? It's in their DNA, right? It's in their DNA. So they get it. They really do get it. And so because it was created by our ancestors. And these are the types of things that they try to hold back from us. I want to review this, then we're going to get back to talking about young Dolph them, okay?
It's very wealthy, brother. During the dark age of Europe was going through a dark age. Africa was thriving. It was the gold capital. Mansa Musa was considered the wealthiest man on the planet at the time.
All of the minerals and all of the gold and everything has always been in Africa. This is why they keep the Africans sick, broke, busted, disgusted. They try to keep education and all of that. They try to keep them oppressed because everything, all of the riches is over there in that land. Okay.
Time, Mansa Musa had a very well-known pilgrimage to Mecca, where he went to Egypt and went to Mecca and went through Egypt, and he gave out so much gold it threw off the Egyptian economy. And today,
she said her grandson is great with my dad used to be so. My dad, I'm telling you, my dad was real comical like me. My dad was real funny like me, like the crack jokes in a corny type way. And my dad used to always say, "This is unbelievable." When he would be hiring tutors and sometimes he would come over and sit with me and I would be reciting those multiplications, he'd be looking at me with his mouth open like, it's something ain't right about this. You having issues with this, with that, but how you reciting those multiplications like that? It's something ain't right.
today's terms, Mansa Musa gave away what would be the equivalent of $100 million in gold.
The African was the first race to circumnavigate the entire globe.
All over Africa, all over the world, the peoples of color that they call Africans, Alkebulanans, we were all over the world. So to say that in Ghana, they had the Ashanti, they had, all over, we had powerful dynasties, so innumerable we couldn't even name them. Because remember, we had hundreds of thousands of years. And that's the secret. They cut us off at 6,000 because anything beyond that, they could say is mystery. They could say is myth. So when you control the information, which is essentially what they've learned to do, under the Vatican, they have about 6 to 8 miles of storage space that have all of our artifacts. And the Virgin Mother being black, all of the faces. We have to take apart the layers that are actually constructed in the lie. They're layered.
Let me tell y'all what happened one time. Like with my gospel show, a lot of preachers look at my gospel show on Comcast, right? And as I started to learn history, I do believe in the Bible, but in the Bible, it says he had eyes of fire, hair of wool, skin of coal, right? And so then I said on the show, okay, why is it that you see so many churches with a light-skinned Jesus with white, when you have preachers that preach about his eyes was red as fire, his skin was cold as black, and he had hair of wool, right? So that would mean what they call nappy, right? So I said, so why don't they change the pictures of what we, if they're going by the Bible, why don't they put the pictures up around the churches of what they identify Jesus as being in the Bible? I had a black preacher, because he came on he put his church on one of the main channels. He must have been looking at my show, because when he came on right after my show, like the next week, he said, I want to talk about this situation about Jesus being a black man. Now, this was a black preacher. He said, Jesus absolutely was not a black man. It said he walked around Ethiopia and all of that. That's that black folks, right? He said he might have been some type of might have had darker skin, but he was definitely like maybe like an Arabic descendant, like he was something like that, but he absolutely was not a black man. I don't want black people getting all in their head that Jesus was black, because they'll be trying to equate themselves to being equivalent as Jesus. You'll get the big head. That's what that pastor said, y'all. And that's one of the reasons why I said our people perish for the lack of knowledge, because I don't know why it is that that pastor would say that. He felt the need to say that as if, you stay in your place. You could never be as good as any other race. Jesus was definitely not us. He could never be that low. That's what I took when he said that, okay?
For instance, you have a discipline in academia called Egyptology. Now, what is Egyptology? They say, well, it's the study of Egypt. Well, no, it's not the study of Egypt. Egyptology was created by the Vatican in order to make sure that there was a screening mechanism in place to explain away the truth that was being excavated every year, that kept giving them proof of who the ancient Kemites were. So Egyptology and Egyptologists are essentially agents of this information. Where else do you see a society, a people, and a way of life actually become a science? Unless you have specific purposes to make sure that the information that you are gathering on those people are given the proper perspectives to maintain the lie. So you don't get an Americology, you don't get Europology, you don't get Russiaology.
Richard Pryor, right? When he had his special back in 1977, there's a scene. They only allowed him to do 5 shows. In fact, they were rather ignorant because it took them 5 shows to realize what the brother was really doing.
Okay, so y'all know I have to stop it for a few minutes. I'm gonna stop it and count to 30 and then start it back. Y'all, this is a very good documentary, and it is not promoting hate. It is promoting information of who we really are, right? Information that has been hidden. And let me just say this: nothing I do is for you to hate any other race. Other races are proud of who they are, and they should be. We've been taught that we should not. We've been taught that we're not even human, and we come from greatness. And it's time for us to start learning the truth so that we can stop going and killing what looks like us because we hate what we see when we look in the mirror, okay?
Richard Pryor, there's a scene where he goes in to the pyramids, and he is carrying the bags of the archaeologists and the anthropologists who are of European descent. And they're talking amongst themselves about what this find is and its importance, the greatness of it. And Richard Pryor is in this temple.
I know. I've seen all of them.
And he begins to say, but all these people are black. He said, look at that guy over there. That guy look like my uncle. And he's just, it's humorous. But what Richard Pryor is actually talking about is that, these are black people in these pyramids. And these are the people that built these pyramids. He said, wait a minute, these people. And then all of a sudden, the camera begins to show the anthropologists of European descent. And they start to nudge each other because they realize, hey, the guy carrying the bags is looking around and he's learning some things in here. So very quietly, you see them backing out of the pyramid. right? And Richard Pryor is still there talking about how great the pyramid is. And then all of a sudden, they show you the door closed, and all of a sudden the scene goes black, which means that was the blackout on the information for Black folk to understand their history.
That's awesome. See, my dad used to always say that when they want to keep Black people in the dark, they just black out the information. Whoever controls the media controls the people. That's why they don't really want any Black people really owning any big medias. That's why it is so important with us having like YouTube, and now they're trying to control it, right? And you have Black people in the background, I'm gonna strike her channel, mad, not thinking about the information that I may put out, but she got too many people on there. This is how sick our people are. But that's why they control the narrative. Others control the narrative if they own all the medias, and they black out. They just black out what they don't want us to know about, right? So what Richard Pryor, who had a real big following, if he's letting people know in a comical way, these people are Black. That's information with the pyramids. That's information that they didn't want out. And you heard him say, they blacked it out. Y'all know I got to commentate on it.
This is what Richard Pryor was dropping on us in 1977. This is what actually has happened. Richard was telling us this is what has happened to us. Because as you become conscious, and brother becomes conscious, and as a community we become conscious, the Europeans who know this are beginning to realize. So they're trying to shut the door on us.
African people established the first dynasties in Asia.
Now, y'all, when he showed this on Asia, this blew my mind. I did not know this until I looked at this. Y'all, this right here is very important to look at.
When you look at old paintings of Eastern Asian people, you can see the African ancestry in their features.
The Japanese were formed when Ethiopians brought South Koreans onto the island and combined with the original people there known as the Ainu. The Ainu, now you're going to find the Ainu in the Philippines. They're going to be called Negritos. You're going to find them in Vietnam. They're called the Champa or the Montagnards. You're going to find African people throughout the Far East. Very dark complexion, very curly hair, wide nose, thick lip. You will also find those with straight hair. You will find those with a more aquiline nose.
Some of the first Buddha statues clearly had African features, classical African features. If you go to Thailand, if you go to Korea, if you go to Vietnam, you will see some of these statues up that has the classical African nose, classical African lips, woolly hair.
When we go to Asia, we see that the founder of the samurai warrior, in Japan, was an African. We found that the founders of the ninja system was an African. In fact, in Japan, there's a saying that if you don't have a little bit of African blood, you can never truly be a samurai.
Okay, y'all know I have to stop it and count to 30, right? But I will say this, now, like a lot of us that have those eyes, those slanted eyes and stuff, those tight slanted eyes, when they would say, you like a Black Chinese, that used to really offend me as a child, right? But now as you start to learn about your history, because I got my eyes from my grandmother, you start to learn about your history, you go, dog, it's pretty obvious of originality, right?
Martial arts was established by a Black Dravidian who was living in southern India by the name of Bodhidharma. The Bodhidharma, it was said that he walked from southern India into Asia, China, and on his way there, he would study the fighting mechanisms of animals, and he used that as a form of self-defense for himself, and that's where martial arts started. There was another guy named Tigwai, who was an original master of martial arts. And if you look at old paintings of Tigwai, this dude looks like Lionel Richie. So martial arts was really established in Africa. Even during slavery in Brazil, there's a form of Brazilian martial arts, which is African martial arts called capoeira. And what they would do, the African slaves would practice this form of martial art, and they would disguise it as dancing.
When we look at the early pictures of most of the deities of Asia, nearly all of them bore striking resemblance to the deities of the Nile Valley civilizations. And even in their writings, you will see that even in Asia, not just Greece and Rome, but even in Asia, you see them paying tribute paying tribute to the spiritual systems and history that they had learned in Africa.
Okay, y'all know I have to stop it. Tamara, who started changing the Bibles because they I'm gonna tell y'all something I started doing. I started there it's good to go look at the lost books because they took a lot of the lost books are the books that they decided that they wanted to take out of the Bible. And in one of the lost books, I forget the name of the lost book, there was a female in the book named, I believe her name was Agatha. And when the Apostle Paul, she traveled with the Apostle Paul, okay? And it says in that lost book that when she traveled with the Apostle Paul, that the men didn't like it because they said she was trying to act like a man, okay? So then they didn't want, they didn't think a lot of women, they didn't want women really speaking, right? And she traveled with the Apostle Paul that was preaching. And so what ended up happening was, it says in that lost Bible that they threw her into the lion's den. Okay. Her name was that Enoch. Okay. They threw her into the lion's den, and they thought that the lions would eat her up because, she was preaching with the Apostle Paul. They didn't like about a woman doing that because, a woman is supposed, according to them, be quiet and stay in their place. And every time that the male lions would come at her to try and devour her, according to the lost Bible scripture, every time the male lions would get ready to devour her when she went into the lion's den, the female lions would protect her and stand in front of her and fight with the male lions to keep them off of her. Okay, I found that absolutely amazing. Like, that was in one of the lost books of the Bible that they took out. And there's according to, I guess, whatever you call them, the archaeologists or whoever it was that studied the history, a lot of those books were taken out if women were doing too much, because they, if there were women that was written in the history, they considered it women trying to act like men or doing too much. They ended up taking a lot of those books out of the Bible. Okay.
In fact, the Asian spiritual system is probably the closest approximate to the traditional African spiritual system. From the one, you get many, with the creator being manifested in all living organisms, be it a tree or a human being. That is fundamental to Asian thought, but it's also fundamental to African thought, which predated Asia.
When you go into these jungles in Bangkok, in the areas of Vietnam, when the Vietnamese, when they were fighting in Vietnam, they went into these temples, they saw nothing but these African faces. When they saw the black man dressed up like that, they thought that the Buddha gods had come back. All these black men dressed in these American faces, they were accustomed in the bush to these black faces, these black Buddhas. And when you go deeper into that information, you're only seeing black faces. You could go down into certain parts of Africa down there, I forgot the name of the tribes, but in the Bantu, you could look at them and they have very high cheeks and their eyes are completely slanted. So you can tell where the Chinese people actually ascended from.
Yeah, ain't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And this is in Asia, and they're saying those parts, because there's still a lot of dark-skinned black people over there. They said that is the parts of Asia that the main medias don't show you, because they don't want you to see all of these dark-skinned, tight-eyed black people with dark hair, right? I mean, with nappy hair.
It's just been awful how they've did us in religion. And our people tend to think that even those who feel that they know that white Americans have mistreated us, their grandchildren or great-grandchildren.
Now, let me just say this. I like her and all of that. And I like her ideology and all of that. But this is, and I think she's got, whatever her religion is, she has a right to it. So I don't want people to be offended. I think that we have to, let's respect, whatever her religion is, because she definitely has a really good message. Okay, whether you agree with whatever her religion is or not, she has I think she has a good message as it relates to Black people.
Still mistreating us in a lot of ways. They still believe, well, but nobody would lie about God, when that's not true. People who are trying to subjugate another people and turn them into slaves, not just physically, but mentally, then they certainly would try to teach them that God looks like me.
A lot of people say it doesn't matter what Jesus looked like, it doesn't matter what God looked like or other deity. But the thing is, if it did not matter what Jesus looked like, why don't they show what the original paintings and pictures of Jesus look like? Why don't they show what the original paintings and pictures of the disciples look like? Because that's very important to know if it doesn't matter.
Michelangelo was told by the Pope to put the picture of the Holy Family on the roof of the chapel. Michelangelo said and the Pope specifically told him to make it European. Michelangelo explained to him that there are no models of a European Holy Family. And so he said, you'll think of something. And he did. He used his family.
We thought the only God we had was the one that white people gave us, which was Jesus, okay? And he looked like them. And when we saw them, psychologically, we would transfer that was deity. If it really was unimportant what he looked like, then why didn't he look like some of the majority of the people on earth? Why would he look like the people who are the minority race on the entire earth? We're not the minority.
People always ask me, why do the Black church not get rid of the white Jesus and put a blue Black Jesus in place with a nappy head? Because Black people would stop going.
And not only did they hide.
And that's true. Hold on, y'all. We have to wait a few minutes because I guess it's got to be like I'm doing a review or something like that. I can't just play it all the way through. Okay. As a matter of fact, let's see. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Okay.
The color of religious figures throughout Europe. They would hide the colors of other very important people, especially royalty in Europe. A lot of old paintings in Europe, they clearly show African-looking deities. They show the Black Madonna and Child. This is all throughout Europe. They show Black pictures of Jesus. They show African-looking disciples all over Europe.
I mean, everything that you're looking at in the Roman Catholic Church today is the exact copy of what they got from Egypt. The high priest, the regular priest, you got the cardinals, you got the bishops, and then you got the Pope at top. So you had the Pharaoh, you had the high priest, you had the priests, and so you have the same type of categorization of people as they're placed in the temple, but their purposes and what they were telling was different.
When racism rose, because racism was a system, and prior to the system of racism evolving as a necessary instrument for the maintenance and protection of the European genotype, Europeans, for many intents and purposes, I would say just about worship African people.
First 3 popes were Black.
You had one named Saint Victor, you had one named Saint Gelasius, you had one pope named Saint Matthiades. There was another brother named Saint Benedict, who was a patron saint in Europe, well known throughout Italy.
Militatus was a Black pope. Militatus was the pope during the Council of Nicaea.
And we've had these brothers who were worshipped throughout Europe and Italy, and we don't talk about it in America, but they're well known in Europe. You have one brother, Saint Maurice, who's a well-known martyr and a religious figure throughout Europe, and you see his statues all over the place.
Y'all, that's so amazing. I'm telling y'all, like, y'all know I cry about anything. Well, when y'all know I'm emotional. Stuff like, I mean, I promise you, like, I was laying there last night and I'm welling up again when I think about just the greatness, in our race, which is why they've tried to oppress us and suppress information, right? Let's keep going.
Of those who early on helped to formulate what is modern day Christianity in Greece and Rome were also African.
When you look at Christianity, you're dealing with the Amen priesthood that's coming directly out of ancient Kemet. You're dealing with the rites and rituals of Osiris, the passions of Osiris, the idea of the resurrection of the dead and his son coming forward, Heru, as his living testament to his life. Aset, who the Greeks call Isis, is the essence of who Mary is. Nebetet, who is her sister, is who Mary Magdalene is. So that when you look at Christianity, I mean, even when you look at the word.
Wow, so they're saying they kind of changed the names from the African names of where the Bible names, they kind of changed them, I guess, from the African names. Not necessarily change the word, but just change the African names. What's up, Cypress?
What's going on?
Hold on, let me see if it.
Chris or Karas. Osiris through the Greek. And the Greeks learned it through the Kemites or the Africans from Egypt. So that it was just a retelling of the same story, superimposing things that they thought they knew. And that becomes what we today call Christianity. Judaism, that is Atanism. That comes directly out of the river, Hapi or Nile. And that is why Moses himself was said to be initiated into the priesthood of ancient Egypt.
In fact, today, if you were to go to Africa and talk to the children who've been Christianized, they will tell you that their ancestors covenanted with devils. And this is why black people are in the condition they are today. So turn to Christianity, and of course you turn to the oppressor's religion, and then you eat the gruel that they give you, and at the bottom it says Jesus saved you. Of course, you're conditioning that person for another 1,000 years.
What's up, Cypress? You think this is deep?
Yeah, it go very deep, but people will never pay attention to it.
No, they won't pay attention to it because they'll say that you have more, because a lot of white people love to study our history. They know more about it than black people. They go get degrees in this. But you'll have some black people saying she just trying to be divisive while they're killing everybody in their damn community. They saying I'm trying to divide the races while they're killing everybody. Promoting killing other people in their community, right? Hold on one second.
The falsehood of Christianity has taken a toll on black relationships, because really when women are taught, and women and men, but when you're taught as a female that God and Jesus is white, you're going to look at whites as somewhat of a savior figure. And you're going to look at the men in your life a little differently.
Try to just work on that more. We need to stop going to church every Sunday trying to get along with them and try to get along with the people at home. Some people leave home mad, but they go to church and go in there, and then they love the pastor and they love Jesus because there's no accountability. Jesus ain't gonna say, pull your dress down, come in off the street, go clean up the house. Jesus ain't gonna tell them that. And if he do, they ain't gonna listen to that.
Now, I don't agree with that, but hey,
there is only one race on the planet, and that is the human race. And because of biological climatology, this race was born, nurtured, sustained, civilized, educated in Africa. And Dr. Clark teaches us that after they got their show together, then they took it on the road.
The origin of the name Europe comes from a Phoenician goddess named Europa. So the origin of the name Europe has an African origin, because the Phoenicians, we're still dealing with black African people, the Canaanites and all that. When we talk about Phoenicians, we're still talking about black folks.
The first Europeans were a group of Africans called the Grimaldi, who had migrated from Africa to Europe between 40 and 60,000 years ago. And in the process of evolution, many of them lost the Africoid genotype and phenotypical features, and then went on to look more European-esque. You even see in pre-racist Europe, Africans and Europeans living side by side. In fact, a lot of European families have a African background that they don't like to acknowledge.
That's so true. What's up, King Deshaun? What you got to say about this, Cypress? Okay, he on mute. Okay, y'all know I have to pause it for 30 seconds. Oh, Cypress jump down. Y'all know I have to pause it for like 30 seconds. So
Queen Charlotte, she was a woman of African descent, and this is well known throughout Europe. There was another guy, King Charles. Many people say that he has an African origin as well, that he has African ancestry. King Charles was referred to as the black boy growing up because he was so dark. And they have pubs over in Europe now called the Black Boy Pub or the Black Boy Inn, which refers to King Charles. There's also knowledge about King Charles being a descendant of the De Medici family. The De Medici family out of Europe, out of Italy, they're known to have that African bloodline as well. One of the De Medicis, Alessandro De Medici, who was a ruler in Italy, you look at pictures of him, this dude looks like Ryan Leslie. So you could see that African bloodline running through a lot of these people of royal descent. There were blacks in Scotland. There was one black Scottish king named Kenneth the Dove. There are figurines of and carvings of black Scots.
The Celtic Druids was the African priesthood that had gone into Europe and had inhabited the islands of what we today call Ireland, inhabited what we today call so-called Great Britain, Scotland, and Wales. It inhabited Holland, inhabited Denmark, was all up in there.
Many Greeks and Romans were biracial, to use a modern term, which they didn't use back then. They were biracial. Their look, okay, could not readily on the surface be absolutely identified as European or black because many of them was of a biracial stock.
Hannibal Barca, the great military genius, he comes from an African background. In a lot of movies and on television shows, they will try to Europeanize and whiten up the image of Hannibal Barca, but he was definitely a man of African descent. There are even coins throughout Europe and North Africa of Hannibal showing him. Many historians say that there's a coin of a black man and there's an elephant on the other side, and people say that that is Hannibal.
Yes.
You back?
Hannibal Barca was one of the greatest warriors that ever lived. And what he did, what he accomplished, is now still a matter of study in all of the world's military colleges. What he did by bringing together, he had the power to bring different factions together. He had different the Celts. He had the African horsemen. He had different types of armies. So when he went against Rome,
Okay, so y'all, this is where they get into talking about, who created science and mathematics, which is why you see so many black men, even if they weren't able to read and write, they was really good with counting. Like my dad's mother speak about my grandfather who has a very successful business, tree business, even to this day. My grandfather, I think my granddaddy said he learned how to read maybe like in the late like 1990s, but he was brilliant at counting. He would always get like my aunties and my dad and stuff to make sure he was up on his paperwork and stuff like that. So he always kept his children around him, to make sure he was up on his paperwork as far as reading and all of that. And then my dad was in business with him for a very long time. And then once my grandfather, his business is very successful to this very day. And he started making those six figures even before he could read. And then, at one point, like when my grandfather took the initiative to go back and learn to, like, he got a tutor or something, my dad said, and learn how to read. My dad and then my aunties and stuff still kind of would do paperwork at his business and stuff. And my dad kind of branched off at after so many years and got his own tree business, right? But he was brilliant and with numbers, even though he couldn't read at the time.
Where all that came from.
Leonardo da Vinci, Galileo, all of them studied with African people. They didn't come up with this. And when people talk about Leonardo da Vinci, the only question that I have as it relates to Leonardo da Vinci is, who was his teacher? Who taught Leonardo da Vinci brain anatomy? Who taught him about the airplane? Who taught him this? Tell me, who was his teacher? They can't tell you who the teacher is, because if they told you who the teacher is, they would have to tell you they were black.
Marco Polo, he was considered to be one of the first Europeans to make it over into Eastern Asia. And what Marco Polo did, he took something known as the Silk Road into Asia. And the Silk Road was already established by Africans and other Aboriginal people. And the Silk Road, they would travel this road and they would trade garments. And this is why Italy has always been known to be a fashion mecca. People always talk about the quality of Italian clothes. But when we talk about Italian fashion, where did they get that fashion sense from? See, the Italians got that fashion sense from the Moors and the Africans that went in there. They brought those silk garments and all those fly clothes into Europe. Even the concept of alligator shoes, which is attributed to Italy. The thing is, alligators are not indigenous to Italy. Crocodiles are not indigenous to Italy. So where did they get those alligator skins and those crocodile skins? They got those from Africa. The Moors brought that in. And the players wear shoes called Maori Gators. Those are some of the most popular shoes around among players, the Maori Gators. The word Maori is a variation of the word Moorish. So we have to know all this stuff. All that is our stuff. That's African stuff.
If you look at art tends to follow a certain type of a zeitgeist, a certain type of a mindset. People tend not to just wake up and paint one picture in America that looks identical to a picture that was painted in Africa thousands of years ago. Okay, and so whenever you see a piece of art, you can best believe that it was inspired by something that was seen prior to. In fact, when you look at some of the great European artists, okay, Van Gogh and all of these types of guys, you will see a lot of their art was inspired by the so-called dark art of West Africa. There has been studies that have put the pieces of Van Gogh and others up next to pieces of traditional African cultural art in West Africa. That art that would be considered a negative, underworldly, dark, and demonic. But the great European artists copied what was considered by Europe some of the lowest and most primitive forms of artwork that went on to be considered some of the most successful by them.
If you go down there to New Orleans, almost every other person down in New Orleans is great with being able to like with art. Remember, I did the show on Mac that was with No Limit. His whole family, just about everybody in his family, they got it naturally, never went to school. They know how to draw, like they would have JJ doing on Good Times, and they paint. I mean, and it's just natural, like the artistry of just how brilliant they are with their hands. Because see, I can't even draw a box, but they know how to draw, even just like with the paintbrush. Like they can paint a picture that looks exactly like you. Like to me, that's really a gift and brilliant. And you have so many people around like that New Orleans area that's like that, because there were a lot of, if you listen to the reason a lot of New Orleans have their accent is different, that's because they have that broken French mixed with that Southern language, you know, broken French and I guess and sounding like a Southerner or something.
A very important African figure in Europe was a black man by the name of Angelo Solomon. He was a guy, he was a Moor, he was a celebrity in Europe, in Austria. He was also known as the father of pure Masonic thought because he was a Mason as well. And this guy, when he died, they literally stuffed his body. They skinned him and stuffed his body, and they would have him on display at certain places. So he was a very important figure in Europe.
Suleiman taught Mozart. Who's Suleiman? Suleiman's a Moor. He's an African. Who's Beethoven? Beethoven was Thoven Bey. He was a Moor.
His mother was a Moor. Yeah. Yes. And when he went deaf, that melanin kicked in. The inner eye kicked in. He heard music better when he was deaf than he heard it otherwise. There's also another myth that he cut the webbing of his hand down to the bone so that he can get a better stretch. So there's some of the 32nd chords that he has, he plays that most people can't play. They need like two people playing. That's why some people, in certain instances, you see two people playing Beethoven, two pianos playing Beethoven. That's because of what he did when he stretched his finger.
Beethoven was called a Moor when he was growing up. Beethoven, there's a book about him called Beethoven's Hair because people were so infatuated with the texture of his hair. So that African bloodline runs real deep throughout Europe. And again, he was called a Moor, and the Moors were very important throughout Europe. And it's funny, the importance of the Moor was so deep in Europe, but we rarely hear about them in history books today.
You see reference to Moors throughout African history. You see reference to Moors over here in American history.
The Moors were African men who went into Europe around 711 AD, and they really civilized Europe because Europe was going through a dark age. Europe was really struggling because after the Vandals had basically destroyed Rome, everything was backwards over there. So the Moors went in and they ushered in the Renaissance era. They brought in science, mathematics, astrology. They brought all of this into Europe.
They are bringing in hot and cold running water. They are bringing in concepts of what we call a cosmopolitan city. They are lighting the streets by lamps. In Cordova, you know, they built an entire city where the streets for miles you could walk with lamps.
Okay, y'all, we have to stop it for a few minutes. Y'all hit the like button for me, okay? If you haven't hit the like button, make sure you all hit the like button. Cypress, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Do you ever study your history?
Yeah, a lot.
So do you think that what the gentleman is saying is accurate? You think their research is accurate?
Yeah, I study it, but I don't talk about it because I don't want to argue with other ignorant black people. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that you know what that is. No white person is going to argue. They know our history, so you're not going to hear a lot of white people argue with you about, especially if you have studied Black history. They're not going to argue with you about it because they've studied it. A lot of them have more of an interest, I think, and a curiosity about our history. But if you start trying to give some knowledge to another Black, that's where you're gonna have the issues at. That's where the issues come in at. Oftentimes.
That lit the street at night, and they had raised sidewalks where people could walk. The kings and queens of Europe lived in barns. Nobody wants to admit that, but they lived in barns. They lived with the animals. And another thing that the Africans brought in was that they said, you cannot let your chicken run around in your house, and them cows got to go outside. So they created what's called corrals. And corral is an Ethiopian word. It's a Kral sound. Corral, which is where they would put their animals after they domesticated them. Europeans let them animals run all up and down. This is where the German measles come from. This is where chickenpox come from. Because Europeans did not have a place for their animals. They just ran all up inside their places. And they would carry, as they would get illnesses and sicknesses, they did not bathe. So therefore they had no soap, they had no disinfectant, didn't have alcohol. So that this type of style of living brought illness. When the Moors came in, they wrapped all that up along with bringing medicine. What you have happening is that these Gothic kingdoms are going to bring down, they're going to sack the Roman Empire. And after they sack the Roman Empire, they're going to take this area over for a while. And then the Moors are going to come in and they're going to push those Visigoths out. And they're going to push them more north, and they're going to chase them out of the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula. And that's where the Moors are going to inhabit from 710 until 1492, January 2nd to be exact, when the last great king, Boabdil, was chased out of Granada.
The term Moor started to become interchangeable with the term black, because it was basically the same thing. But when the slave trade started, they tried to objectify black people, Moorish people. So they would use the term interchangeably, and they would just switch on to calling people black. But if you look at a lot of old documents, there's even slave ships called Blackamoor. If you look at slave records, there was even a boxer out of Virginia who was very popular in the early 1800s named Tom Molyneux, and his nickname was the Moor. So that name was definitely used interchangeably with black or Negro at that time.
Moor means black. Like Negro, Ethiopian. Moor means black. Moor is not a people. Moor is a color. And they have taken this word Moor and they have associated Moor with Muslim. There were Moors that weren't Muslim. Moor means black. There were Christian Moors. There were Moors that practiced a traditional African faith system. So that Moor means black, simple.
When the Moors went into Europe, they changed the appearance of the population. Do you see? So you have Italians, Spaniards being darker than the Scandinavians. A Scandinavian person told me that they never considered the Italians or Jewish people to be white. Do you see? Because the lighter people are further north.
When I went to Europe, I would always look at pictures and I would always see a Moor, and sometimes I would see like a skull and bones. And many of the Moors would have a skull and bones flag. That's what pirates are known for. There were many Moorish pirates. There was even a Barbary War where the U.S. was fighting Moorish pirates up in North Africa and the Barbary Coast. And there's even a secret organization called the Skull and Bones. And we know that comes from.
Okay, y'all know we have to stop it for a minute. Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button for me. If you love this, our children, grandchildren, young adults need to see this valuable info. It's definitely valuable information. I went to sleep. What's up, Hitta? I didn't see you come up in here. I went to sleep looking at this last night, and I had seen it before, and I don't know, it just came to my mind. I wanted to see it again, and I was like, I want to share this with the chat. Y'all hit the like button for me, okay?
Moor science. So there's always a connection there with the Moors.
And it's important that as we begin to develop an understanding of this society, that it's not Freemason as we know, and that the Moors brought in this knowledge into Europe. Africans brought this knowledge into Europe. And in bringing this knowledge into Europe, the Knights Templars and other organizations were born out of this. And peoples of European descent were exposed to alchemy. Okay, the periodic table of elements, the laboratory, how to take information, how to take elements and atoms, and to begin to manipulate them to make them into different types of molecules. The basic one is hydrogen, 2 hydrogen is helium, 3 hydrogen is lithium, 6 is carbon, 8 is oxygen. So you have this alchemy that's going to come, and they're going to begin to study, they're going to begin to learn, they're going to create societies that's going to develop an understanding. This is going to be what eventually is going to become Freemasonry, because only a select group of people in Europe is going to be exposed to this information.
But the secret of Masonry, of who we really are, the Moors, as being here on this land, this particular land, because it was called in many names. You had Turtle Island, that we called it, or Tula, or El Morocco, the different terms that we had. And the original map of America was written by a guy named Idrisi. The original map was written in Sanskrit.
Antarctica was actually mapped by a Moor. And most people don't know it was mapped by a Moor. And they have old topographical evidence of old maps of Antarctica. That's why the Nazis fled there, because they knew that there were places there under the ice that they could actually inhabit and hide.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. Ken says it is a video game called Assassin's Creed Black Flag and a TV series Black Flag that focuses on the Moors on the open seas. Y'all hit the like button. Yeah, I wonder why they never let people go to. Is it the North Pole? Is Antarctica? There's a place that they don't let people go to, and they call it the North Pole. Is it Antarctica? Hitta, is it Antarctica? There's a place. I don't know if it's Antarctica. I forget what it is, but people cannot go there. They would not allow folks to go there, and they said there's no telling what they're doing there. Is it Antarctica where they don't allow people to go to? The North Pole. Somebody help me out.
We know for a fact that the first Umayyad and Abbasid dynasty, we know they were black. We know that they were what we call Arabs, but there's no such thing as an Arab. An Arab, I call them Afrabs, because to be an Arab, you must be black. That's what makes you an Arab, that you're black.
The term Arab, that's a loose term. Arab doesn't really identify nationality or race, because there are Moors who were Arabs, there were Moors who were Christians. So the word Moor, a lot of people try to make Moor synonymous with light or white skin, but that's not necessarily the case, because you remember even when Barack Obama was trying to get elected in America, when people tried to slander him, they would say, oh, he's an Arab. So people know that an Arab, it really means non-white, but they try to make the term interchangeable. They switch the term up at their disposal.
So that even if you did want to say Arabs, they're not Eurasians, they are mixtures of Eurasians and Africans that would congregate in certain areas once they came out of the Ice Age, and then they would come across, they would travel west into what we call North Africa, but they would not come in any large numbers until thousands of years after the fact. We know that Tariq was an African. He was the general that crossed over in July of 711 into what we call Spain today. It wasn't called Spain then. It didn't exist. These were little kingdoms. A king of Spain called Alphonse X, very smart man. What he did was he began to translate the works out of Arabic. Now, Arabic is an African language, by the way. And Antara was the one that gave it syntax and grammar, because prior to what we today call Islam, Arabic didn't exist. Arabic was the language of the Quran, and that came out of Africans. That Spanish and French and Portuguese, Italian, Romanian, these languages would codify themselves once the Moors came in and brought civilization and brought in a semblance of language and syntax. They then would take Latin and they would branch off, and then you would have Spanish. That's why all of the languages are related to Latin. That's why they call the Latin languages.
A lot of the European royal family's coat of arms, you can clearly see depictions of Moors. Many of the original castles of Europe were built by the Moors. There are many Moorish castles in Spain, Italy, England, And some of these castles, they can be seen in Africa as well. A lot of people don't know that there are castles all throughout Ethiopia. We never see that on television. We always see the cats and the dudes in the mud huts and people starving in Ethiopia, but there are very well-designed castles all over Ethiopia. And a lot of...
That's interesting. I wonder what Tamara said, ain't no snow day. Sit down and learn something. You're welcome to Black Barbie. Antarctic is the South Pole? Oh. Okay. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Cypress done jump down again, Lord.
The Moors, you can see pictures and paintings of them in castles in Europe. You can look at old paintings and see this.
What you are looking at when you see the cathedrals, that's all Moorish architecture, taken to the extent to the next level. In fact, we know for a fact, and I have to get this specific book once more, but all of the cathedrals that you see built in England, the island of England, were built by the Moors.
By the time the Moors got into Europe, the illiteracy rate was very high because there was no practical reason for people to read at the time, because people were really trying to survive. So the only people who could read at the time were monks or religious figures. So the Moors went into Europe and they started to establish universities.
The first university created in Europe, University of Salamanca. They created the education system that Europe adopted. They brought in what became classical music. They're the ones who brought architecture and fineries. In fact, they were so advanced that the teachers in the Moorish paradigm in the Iberian Peninsula, the teachers under the Moors got the equivalent of $40,000 a year back then. That's how advanced they were. In fact, everywhere in Europe sent their best to go and learn there, just like they sent them to Timbuktu, just like this.
That's interesting. The teachers got the equivalent of $40,000 even back then, and then now they still just trying to pay them $40,000 in the economy today. Isn't that something? Teachers should be paid way more. Teachers, I think, certified teachers, they all should be certified, and they should at least start off with 60,000. That's the starting point for a new teacher, 60,000. They're trying to start teachers off with $35,000. Tariq might be a pimp and a fraud, but the information is on point.
Send them over to Luxor.
I mean,
just like they send them over to where all these areas where you see Africans and high sciences were. They sent them there to Spain to learn.
Well, the Moors brought in the first music conservatory into Valencia, Spain. They brought Ziriab into Spain.
Treasure.
And he brought in a chordophone known as the lute, L'-O-U-D. We call it lute, L-U-T-E. It's a chordophone. And it has 4 chords. And, you know, the hormones of the body, the humors, Africans would heal when you had clogs in your liquid systems, okay? Whether it was your mucus or whether it was your hormones, whether it was your phlegm, whether it was your blood, whatever was clogged up, what they do is that they would put this chordophone over your body and they would strum, right? And in strumming, the vibration of the string would open up whatever was clogged, okay? Ziriab, in his brilliance, added a 5th string. And this 5th string was for plasma, which is invisible liquid, which is the origin of the universe. And this just healed your entire system, your entire body. When you look at a piano is a harp turned sideways. That's why when you look at a baby grand piano, it's shaped like a harp. Then you take the top up and you put a stick there so that it's open, right? So that Africans said that instead of strumming strings to make the sound, what they would do is they would put it to its side, encase it in wood, and then you would hit keys. And the keys then would hit the strings and it would be a different kind of sound. And so when you're looking at Baroque music, which Bach is really given credit for developing, that came out of Africa. Okay, Africa. In fact, Africans have a finger piano that they play. All they did was take the concept of the finger piano, the xylophone, and this harp turned sideways, and that became piano. Out of that came what we call classical music. And this is why when I hear African folk talk about, because I enjoy classical music. I play classical music. I enjoy listening to classical music. But that's black music. That's soul music. And black.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We're getting some knowledge today. I hope that you all are enjoying this, because these are the types of documentaries I enjoy. I was looking at it last night again, and I wanted to share with you all today too. So we have to stop, so I can't play it all the way through and then start back playing it. So we stop for about 30 seconds and give a review on it, and then we start right back. Okay, y'all hit the like button for me, okay?
Folk used classical music as soul music, but Europeans took it. And so now when we look at what we call classical music, Tchaikovsky or Beethoven or Mozart, or any of the so-called classical pianists or classical musicians, we say, oh man, that's white music. That's not white music. We don't know our history.
Black Amour jewelry is this very expensive jewelry that's sold throughout Europe among wealthy people. And it's jewelry that shows black people in gold, diamonds. It's this very elaborate, beautiful jewelry with African people. And it's very popular in Europe.
King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, when they, ended the Moorish conquering in Europe. And at that point, that's when the bullfighting started as a game. And I say the symbolism in the bullfights, like you have the matador in his suit of lights, and he is spending his time getting ready to kill the black bull, which I say represents the Africans. And so they even have the running of the bulls today, where you have Spaniards dressed in white clothes, running but being chased. In the past, it used to be mostly black bulls would be chasing them. And so I say that symbolism related to the, 700 or 800 years when the Moors had conquered Spain. And then the whites defeated the Moors and pushed them back into Africa. But it's being played out, the fear of the black bull, meaning the black male. And in response, the game ends when the bull is killed.
When we were growing up, we would always see the toy monkey that you can wind up and it had the cymbals or it had drums, and you wind it up and it would clap. If you look at the way that monkey is dressed, the monkey would usually have on a vest, a fez. There are even some paintings of the monkey wearing a turban. So when you see the turban, we're talking about Moors. When you see black folks with turbans, so people know who the Moors are. The racial epithet that black folks look like monkeys. That monkey with the Moorish garb on, that's a way of them kind of low-key insulting black folks without us knowing our origin.
Y'all hit the like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share. That's true, 9 Beats. I think Aladdin, that's true. I just thought about that. When I was looking at it, I was like, that looks familiar. It's somebody else that kind of does that with that monkey. And you're right. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. What's up, Big Stacks? Hit the like button. Please like, share, and subscribe.
Because they know who we are. We don't know who we are.
The reason why we don't understand Native American history, we don't understand the African presence in America, we don't understand culture, is because when we study in our textbooks in America the presence of Native American people, we study the 13 colonies. And then we got this Westward Ho thing going on, where we now are meeting the indigenous people as the European met the indigenous people. But if you want to study indigenous peoples, you have to study the Mississippi River, because the Mississippi River was the indigenous people what the Nile River was, or the Happy River was, to African people. You would go back to a book called The Life of Columbus, written by John Boyd Thatcher in 1905.
That's good.
He wrote a 3-volume set where he chronicles this man we call Columbus. Cristobal Colon was a very shrewd individual. He was Spanish and he was Jewish. He was Sephardian. And he is involved in traveling to Africa with the Moors in the 1400s. We find him on the coast of West Africa, between West Africa and the Canary Islands, in 1482. He's involved in the enslavement trade with the Portuguese. That's why the great majority of Africans that find themselves in this part of the world, the great majority of them are in Brazil. For every 100 Africans stolen from Africa, 38 of those 100 are in Brazil. Brazil is the largest African community outside of the African continent.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. When I think of Brazil, I ain't gonna even tell no lies because of my ignorance. All I think about is they tells me that number one is beautiful. Number two, that's where the anaconda snakes are in Brazil. that's why it's good to know your history.
So he was already in Africa. He came from West Africa. He was in West Africa when he found out that the Africans had a way to get to this point. In fact, from southern parts of Africa towards the mid-continent, there was a way to get to America in half the time because there was a current called the River Jordan.
That wasn't his first time here. He came in many times before that.
Really?
And understood that he were here on this land. So you got to remember, he didn't never come up to North America. He went to the South America. He never stepped foot up here. And when you study his, I think it's his son's records, his son will actually tell you about these things. His son will tell you who was on the ship and how he saw the same people he saw in Africa over here on this land, and they were Moors.
Pedro Alonso Nino, he was one of the chief navigators who came over to America with Christopher Columbus. And many people say if it wasn't for the Moors being on those ships with Columbus, they would have never found the New World of America.
There's evidence of many Africans that are on those 3 ships and the other ships that would be, because Cristobal didn't know where he was going. He didn't know the Native American peoples. Even the Spaniards would bring Estevanico, an African, to Spain, and he is the one that's going to cross over Florida through Arizona, through that southern west, and befriend indigenous people because he was a healer.
Africans have been going back and forth, engaging in cultural trade and other forms of economic trade way before there was any mention of anyone by the name of Columbus. So
y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Those of you all that are just coming in, hit the like button. If it's your first time, subscribe to the channel. And I hope that you all are enjoying the doc that I'm showing. I just wanted to show some knowledge today.
His voyage was nothing new for a human being to make. It may have been new for a European, but it was definitely not new for the African. We had already been doing it. In fact, there's maps in some of the museums around the world that show how those involved in the maritime trade would actually get from West Africa.
The Piri Reis map was a map that was found by a Turkish explorer named Piri Reis, and the map comprised of longitude and latitude, which was not discovered by Europeans yet, and the map comprised of different ancient maps from Arabia and Egypt. These maps showed that there was a North and South American continent.
Africans have already been to America thousands of years. We can track the 18th dynasty of Egypt on the Mississippi River. So we know that there are Africans in America. They are coming back and forth between Africa and America frequently, working together with the indigenous peoples here. And in fact, the indigenous people themselves are now African. That's why when a European came here, he called the indigenous people the red man. You don't get to be red without some brown and black.
When the Jesuit priests from Spain and Portugal came over to the Americas and they wrote back, they would classify the Native Americans, in many cases, as Negro.
What we know as Memphis, as the capital of ancient Kemet, was over here in the West. See, most people don't know that. And that all of the stories from Cortez, as he states in his book, and all of the diaries of Balboa and them all actually said that they came into and were confronted with African peoples, especially of the Mali dynasties.
When you're looking at the original American people, the Olmec people are a mixture. You're basically going to see them being born in what we call the Gulf of Mexico. They're going to come out of three major cities, Tres Zapotes, San Lorenzo, and La Venta. These are going to be where the Olmec stone heads are found. This is going to be where the first temples, pyramids, tombs are going to be found.
The Bone Impact tribe, that was a group of Aboriginal people living in the Mexico area. If you go down to Mexico and you look at these murals, you can see the Bone Impact tribe, and they clearly have distinctive African features, African nose, lips, hair.
We know that there are pyramids and heads in Guatemala, Nicaragua. You can go throughout Central America. You can go through Mesoamerica. You can go to South America as far as Peru. And you can find the presence of African peoples in this area. In the ancient world, not just during the movement of Africans during the enslavement process, but these are individuals that are going to be here and establish culture in this part of the world.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. It's amazing to me. You know, I wonder why they go out of their way to try and hide our history, you know. That's why it's good to read and to research. If we was, you know, a lot of us were busy researching and reading about our history. Okay, Hitter, we wouldn't have time to be hating on each other and trying to dig graves and ditches for each other, because we would see how outstanding we all are. You know, let me send Hitter the link. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button for me. Like, share, and subscribe. Y'all, I love stuff like this. I love knowledge. Oh my God, I love it so much. Okay, Hit, I just sent you the link.
Of Africans in America. He wrote a book, Frank Joseph. Now, this is a man who did not set out to write a book on African presence in America. He just was honest enough to record what he found. He finds coins with African heads on them. He finds vessels that people drank from with African heads.
What's going on?
By the name who is transcendent.
Have you seen this doc before?
Huh?
Have you seen this documentary before?
I have not, but I've seen similar. And you know, a lot. See, you ask why do they tend to want to hide our history? Because they don't want you to feel like that you're capable of doing anything more than what you've seen and what you're doing now. The history tells us that the transcontinental slave trade is what brought blacks to America, but there were people coming to America from Africa themselves exploring. Some would land on the coast of Alabama, some would land on the coast of Mississippi, and some would go all the way to Mexico, which is substantiating what he's saying right now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't dumb. I may look like this, but I'm far from dumb. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So they don't want to. It's all about hope. It's all about hope. It's all about dreams. So if you can stop a people from dreaming, they lose hope.
They don't want you to have a reference. And that's what I was talking about the other day. If they can take away, like, make you forget about the Harriet Tubmans, the Cornelia Crenshaws, then there is no reference. So now the real young generation is a generation of girls bragging about being side chicks and whores. You see what I'm talking about? They don't ever want there to be a reference of the greatness.
Right. And like Ed said, some of us didn't come from Africa. Some of, you know, you go through Alabama, Mississippi, we got a great tradition of Native Americans. Well, a lot of us derive from Native Americans. Moundville, a lot of the places in Mississippi that you see. Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa is named after the Indian chief. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they had the same skin tone as us.
The red people. Right. Exactly. He said, I'm Indian and Choctaw Nation, not African. Yeah. I'm mixed with a little bit of everything in Creek Indian. I do know that much.
Okay, this.
His name was Alexander von Wutno. When we went to Mexico to study with Dr. Van Sertima in 1984, we went to his museum, his studio. He showed us over 60,000 artifacts that were African in nature, not just brought from Africa, but built in America, revering Africa.
Mansa Musa, who became, what's his name, Montezuma. So Mansa Musa was actually Montezuma, and he was a Mali king who came over here with the flotilla of 200 ships, Abu Bakr II. He sent a flotilla of ships, 200 of them, in 1306, and then again in 1311. And together, that constituted 500 ships that sailed here from the west coast of Africa.
There was also a map called the Walser-Muller map. And this map was considered the first map to have the name America in it. This map was sold to the Library of Congress for like $10 million. When they found the Walser-Muller map, Walser-Muller said that they basically made the map out of things that were comprised, or maps that were comprised and left over by the Egyptians.
Yes,
a lot of people don't know that the state of California was named after a mythological black queen called Queen Khalifa. Now, the original California Indians,
right,
if you
Queen
see
Khalifa.
them, the California Indians clearly look black. The Ohlone Indians, if you see paintings of the Ohlone Indians out of California, you couldn't tell them from an African tribe. If you look at the original paintings of the Mojave Indians, you couldn't tell them from an African tribe. These were clearly dark-looking people who had some type of African bloodline.
You want to make sure y'all hit the like button, okay? If y'all are enjoying the documentary, this is deep. Like I love documentaries.
I have seen this.
Yeah, he's got all the way up to 5.
Right.
He's working on 6, where he does more and more and more research, and he gets scholars, black scholars, to come on each and all of them, each and every one of them, to speak about, history.
Right. Who was that? Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the founding of America was based on Moorish science. If you see paintings of the inauguration of George Washington, it looked like a Masonic ritual. So again, Masonry is based on Moorish science. So they would have these Moorish advisors around them. If you look at old paintings of George Washington, you will see George Washington standing next to a black man with a turban. And remember, when you see the black man with the turban, that's a Moor. That's not a slave. See, people automatically assume that black is slave, but slaves didn't wear no turbans, because remember, slaves weren't allowed to practice no Islam or any other kind of religion except Christianity. So when you see that turban, that's a black man. And there's a few pictures of George Washington and other people with Moors or black men with turbans standing next to him. When you see that, just know that those are Moors. The Lumbee and the Melungeon people, these were an Aboriginal tribe of people who were living in the Americas, and they came over, and a lot of people act like they don't know where they came from because they were classified as free people of color. And there were other groups called red bones. This is where we get calling a light-skinned person a red bone. These are old terms, and these people had come over before Columbus. They've been over for a long time. And again, the Melungeons were almost classified as black or Negro, but they called them free people of color. And in some circles, they did classify the Melungeons and the Lumbees as Negro. Abraham Lincoln's mother came from a Melungeon background, and people were very aware of this back then. When they were running against Abraham Lincoln in the campaign, his opponents would use that information and try to use it against them. Because remember, back in those days, in order to insult somebody or in order to stain somebody's image, you just had to say they were Negro, or they were mixed with a Negro, or they had a Negro background. And they would do that with Abraham Lincoln. There's old pictures and newspapers of Abraham Lincoln dressed up like a Moor. They would call him Abraham Africanus.
And you know something, they said Abraham Lincoln, I believe it was him, right, that had more children with slaves.
I think that might have been Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hit the like button. Y'all know I just can't play it all the way through. I have to stop it. Okay.
Benjamin Banneker, he was a black man who created the first known almanac. He helped design the city of Washington, D.C. He was a descendant of the Dogon tribe of West Africa, very well versed in astrology.
Well, his name itself, he was a Moor also. He was the first one that started the almanac. He was a Moor.
In fact, there's a book by Charles Cerami on Benjamin Banneker. In fact, what's interesting about Benjamin Banneker is that they trace his ancestry back to the Dogon people of Mali. That what Benjamin Banneker is best known for is his knowledge of agriculture and astronomy. In fact, he was the one that wrote the first Farmer's Almanac. Basically, when you're watching your weather report on the news today and they tell you what the temperature was in 1920, that's the Farmer's Almanac. And he was the one that was able to codify, write down how to deal with the earth according to the seasons. See, Benjamin Banneker and L'Enfant were building Washington, D.C. And what society attempts to tell you is that that Benjamin Banneker had a photographic memory, and he did. Not to take that from the brother. But L'Enfant did not build Washington, D.C. because whoever built Washington, D.C. had to have been a master astronomer. Because Washington, D.C., as our brother Tony Browder has shown us, is laid out according to the heavens.
But not only did he know astrology, but he had a photographic memory. And he studied the plans of the previous architect and knew where everything was in his head and finished Washington, D.C. from his head.
Well, Benjamin Banneker also was the first one to really bring the clock, as we know it today, to its highest form. The clock that we use is a watch, okay? Now, a lot of folk not going to admit this, but what is that big clock called in London? It's called Big Ben. It's named after Benjamin Banneker. But nobody wants to admit this.
During slavery, there was something called the Seminole Wars. There were many slave rebellions in this country that a lot of people don't talk about. In the 1800s, there were really a lot of slave rebellions, and people were very nervous about what was going on, what had gone on in Haiti, because Haiti had made themselves independent by having a big slave uprising. There was the Nat Turner Rebellion in the early 1800s. People were still shook about that. You had the Denmark Vesey. He was going to have a slave rebellion in South Carolina. That got foiled, but they had up to 9,000 people ready to put in work. So a lot of people were very nervous about slave rebellions in this country. The Seminole War, it was a war of Native American and Black people mixed together, calling themselves Seminoles, because there's no such thing as a Seminole Indian. A Seminole Indian, it's a made-up term. A Seminole basically means runaway by definition. A lot of Black people were fighting for their freedom. The image of Black people just sitting around waiting on people to free them, that's an image to keep us submissive.
It was also not economically feasible because of the rebellions that were going on. See, we're not talking about just slavery. We think there was slavery and there was a couple of rebellions like Nat.
You know what? That's something that they definitely don't talk a whole lot about why slavery was, you think about people that was getting rich off the backs of Black people, that was able to treat them like they were not even human. And everybody was benefiting from it. And you would think they want to make you think that, I guess, a president, or I guess the Republicans at that time had decided, that it was just time to free slaves. So.
Right.
Mm-hmm. They don't really want you to know about the rebellion of how they started to fight back, because they don't really want that etched,
right.
Of fighting for, because you think about how politics are now. They want you to stay docile to politics. You hear a lot of Black people say, well, I just leave the politics to the politics. They don't really want you to think about fighting against the system. Fighting against each other is fine, but fighting against a system that benefits from the ignorance of Black people, they don't ever want you to do that.
Absolutely. He talked about the Seminole Indian, where he says the Seminole Indian, there's no such thing. That tribe is just a band of people that were escapees, basically. And it makes me think, because I'm big into sports, and one of the you had a Florida State Seminoles, and one of their battle cries is "Unconquered." And that's exactly what that is. It lends to that, but you wouldn't know it unless you dug for it. But it's certain things that they put right in your face that you're not gonna do no research to figure it out, and they trust that you won't. You know, but yeah, that's crazy. Unconquered.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Noah says in Haiti, the slaves drove the British out of their island.
yeah. Black Barbara said, I wear my turbans to work and everywhere. I'm proud of my culture, and my house nigga cousin cracks a joke every once in a while, and I chop her little manly ass down and keep walking. Ooh, yeah, you have to. You have to. Sometimes you have to set folk down. No, but this is very interesting. And they always say, if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And when you take a look at um, our culture, near and abroad, it's just a bunch of people that's, you know, the main objective is to try to get rich. Dr. King Day came and went. Nobody really paid homage or tribute to Dr. King. These things fade, and we're probably one generation away from our people not even knowing who Dr. King is or his contributions.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's sad.
I'm willing to bet if you ask some of the newer generation right now who Dr. King was, they probably wouldn't know. And here's another thing. You had a couple years ago, or it might have been last year because we talked about it. You had a group of young adults, teenagers and young adults. Remember I told you over there at the Civil Rights Museum, I think they removed the cars. Those cars sat outside that Civil Rights Museum all the time. You had girls on top of the cars taking pictures, twerking, and all of that on just totally disrespecting the memory of Dr. King. And then I believe they went ahead and removed it when they vandalized the car, and then they tried to steal it.
Damn. That's just sad.
It's real sad.
Yeah, man. That's just sad. Lord have mercy. Just to think about the fact that you got somebody ignorant enough to want to go and even make a video twerking,
Mm-hmm. Standing on top of the hood of the car.
Wow.
It's sad. It really is.
Yeah.
And that man, he truly lost blood. He died.
Yeah. Surely did.
For their future.
Right. And people see the video of the debater that got assassinated in Utah, and they see how gruesome and heinous that video was. Dr. King suffered the same shot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you have to listen to folks when they talk. Just like when people, like the old folks say, you let a person talk, they tell you who they are. These people, they're not saying he the modern day Martin Luther King for no reason. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons. Because of the where he was struck. Dr. King suffered the same shot. Dr. King did things that marvel the mind as far as courage go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. Go ahead. This is my daughter.
Yep.
Hello. I'm doing good. Where y'all at?
Turner, who, by the way, my wife is descendant of Nat Turner.
Y'all need to
And
stay put.
they were thinking
until,
that it was just Nat Turner. They were burning and destroying, and there was true guerrilla warfare going on.
Ending slavery was not the reason a civil war was fought at all. The Civil War was fought to bring the South back into unison with the North and to destroy the economic advantage that the South had due to slavery. They cared nothing about the lives of Black people. They cared nothing about the way that we were treated. They cared nothing about African life. It was not about protecting us because they had somehow waken up and realized that we were human beings too. No, the South was growing too powerful.
Capitalism started to rise. Well, what began to happen is that in capitalism rising, it began to stifle capitalism because capitalism demands as an economic system that people are always trying to rise to the higher. They're competing. Competition fuels capitalism.
Thanks.
But if you could buy an African for $300 and then pay somebody for 20 years $300 a year, which would you do? You'd buy someone one time for $300. But that's going to stifle capitalism because what's going to happen is there's going to be no competition because what European is going to compete for a job that they could buy an African to do? So the North said, look, enslavement of African people is stifling capitalism. And so the South said, so what you want me to do? They said, well, you got to free your Africans. I said, free my Africans? Well, how am I going to get my money? North said, don't worry about it. We'll take care of it. They said, we don't trust you. No, we're not going to sell our, we are not going to stop enslaving Africans. We're just not going to do it. North said, but you have to because it's going to stifle capitalism and we're going to choke with overproduction without an ability to sell what we're South said, but that's not my problem because I can sell my raw materials any place in the world. The North said, but then what would happen to us? We have factories. The South said, well, that sounds like a personal problem to me. I don't care what happens to you. North said, but you can't do that. South said, we're going to do that. We're not freeing Africans. They said, you got to free Africa. We're not freeing. In fact, the South said to the North, I'm tired of talking to you. I'm going to secede. I'm not even going to talk to you no more. In fact, I'm not even part of what your colonies are anymore. North said, you can't do that. South said, watch. That started the Civil War.
Well, one of the big things that occurred right at the end of the Civil War was that Europeans began to form unions. In fact, the workers' union is an outgrowth of slavery and the Civil War. When it looked like the cause was lost for the Confederacy, white men began to organize themselves into labor forces. Why did they do this? Because you are about to see 2 million enslaved Africans set free who have skills that equal or supersede your own, who would now be able to compete and vie with you for contracts and livelihood. That was a significant area of concern for white men.
Wow, I definitely didn't know that.
Well, you think about it. The South got so powerful, they begin to, how I would categorize it as worship, what they were doing. How many times have you gone through the South and you see these old signs when they say, where it says King Cotton, cotton is king? That's because they was making cash hand over fist and the plants in the North could not compete. That wasn't a tribute to the people that was putting in the work. That was a tribute to the money that they was making off the backs of the people that was putting in the work. And I hate it for that brother that just left the screen because he was so focused at one point in time. Now he's just all over the place.
You know, they have been, I got to say this. Hey, I'm not saying that he's innocent or anything like that, but they have been trying to take him down for years. And unfortunately, what ended up happening with that was because I think this last woman was actually able to take him down. She was with him and she didn't get what she wanted out of it. And maybe after he didn't show any interest anymore, she felt used and she definitely decided to take him down. You know, she probably knew that it would happen. So she started taking pictures of everything so that she could expose him when the day came that he totally cut her off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that should not even be acceptable, lady. You laid up with him. You was with him until he decided that maybe he didn't show any more interest anymore. You know, I know they talk about a school. I know he had bought a school or something, or tried to, in Delaware. Hey, maybe, you know, Umar should have started with a smaller school or something. But I mean, I like some of his message, you know.
I do too. I like this message. I like the younger version of Umar Johnson. I just, you know, when he went into, you know, fundraising for that school, everything started to looking a little scamish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, you know, he should have stopped. You know, there have been people that have started schools, and he said he wanted to do it without funding from the government. I think he should have thought it out more, or it was a way that he could have definitely started something. But I don't I don't know. They're saying that he had gotten the money twice. Listen, you know, he was doing events and stuff like that, you know, speaking engagements. I'm sure that's how he made his money too. Um, you know, I don't know. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
listen, I don't agree with everything. Maybe you know, he should have. I think he should have thought it through, because when you are spreading a message that people, you know, certain entities don't want spread it, they are going to zone in on you anyways, especially if you're talking about waking up Black people. Um, Now he spread the message of separation. Listen, I think in a whole big world like that, I'm not with I'm not with spreading that type of message, because I think all human beings are equal. I am with spreading the message of you know, learning our history, our people doing better by each other and loving what they see, because other communities, they may not speak about it much, but they definitely ride for their communities, right? Thank you, Magname Ace, for the $9.99 super sticker.
Salute, Ace.
Shout out to Ace. So what was it about Umar that when he started to lose you, Hitter?
When he started making excuses about the school, and things just didn't, you know, it wasn't mathing. It wasn't mathing, and people could see through it. And, you know, that's when it really kind of lost me, because when you got a person that's that smart, that educated, you want to believe what they're saying, but then at some point it stopped mathing. And you know, I don't even include the accusations from the female. You know, you could just see his true personality come from behind the curtain, so to speak. So yeah, I don't really rock with him. Tariq Nasheed, yeah, I rock with Tariq Nasheed. He always been solid.
They don't like him either.
No, you know, a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't want to hear nothing. They call this Pan-Africanism and all this old type of stuff. They don't want to hear nothing about what's going on today. So
that's true. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ace, for the $1.99 super sticker. Let's continue on.
Okay, so if I was a European who was looking for work, couldn't find any because it had already been hired up to the slaves of a certain master. So when the Civil War came about and when slavery was about to end, that intensified, because now slaves will be aggressively looking for work, because when slavery ended, they had nothing to which they could claim their own to make a living. So that bothered Europeans, and they set up agreements, okay, with those who had industries and those who had stores, that you could only hire someone who was white who belonged to a particular labor's union. In fact, some of the first unions were started right here in Pennsylvania. And a lot of Black people fail to realize the origin of the union. The union is nothing but a collective force of white people who are protecting jobs for themselves and keeping them away from Black people.
The fight came that after slavery ended, we had jobs, which is what you mentioned earlier, that we were starting to get it together because we had skills. It was the white man that didn't have any skills because we're the ones who had been forced to work. The Black man had. And so part of that destruction during all that Jim Crow and everything was fighting against the brothers who were trying to be in business and who were trying to work. And that fight between the Black man and the white man about
Yeah, I'm back. Hold on. My computer just shut down.
business has continued down to today, which is why you can go into a city like Cincinnati and in Philadelphia, where the Black population is over 50 or 60%. And the white contractors own 99% of all of the jobs in the city. And that's nationwide. And they've kept us out of it. They've kept us out of the unions. This is what that was. But it was the Black man who used to have all of the skills.
You know who this lady is?
Contractors, our people.
Abraham Lincoln himself said, if I could keep African.
Yes, her name is, I forget her name. I like her. I like a lot of her message. She's against the feminist, always has been against the feminist movement. She's a smart Black lady. She really is. She goes around and she's pro Black family, but a lot of people kind of reject her because she also speak against she's not a Christian. So a lot of Black women reject her. Even though she's got a good message. And then a lot of Black pastors, even though she speak about the man being the head and honoring your man or whatever, they said she's too much a separatist.
Got you.
Yeah, so let's continue.
Enslaved and preserve the Union, I would do that. Abraham Lincoln didn't want to free African people. He had to because of capitalism, because he saw what was happening. But look at the mean trick. Let's continue the story. Now you have Africans that are free, who are part and parcel of America, who deserve not just a break, but they need a little bit more because they built America and made America what it was. So between 1865 and 1877, we have what's called the Reconstruction period, where Black folk were going out, going to school, graduating, becoming doctors, lawyers. They were speaking Greek, Latin better than people who taught Greek and Latin. They were going in, becoming senators. They were becoming Congress people. They were becoming part of the world arena. Europeans got scared. So what did they do? They started an organization that would attack Black folk. It was called the Tea Party. No, not the Tea Party. It was called the Ku Klux Klan. I'm sorry. I'm jumping up in history here. They're going to start to pass laws where segregation is going to exist because they don't want Africans to be able to take the jobs that are going to be fueled by capitalism. So what do? They said, bring me your weak, your poor, your homeless. Bringing you're sick, you're ignorant. And that's when the immigration came. And that's who got the jobs that was supposed to go to black folk.
A lot of people don't know the original design for the Statue of Liberty was a black female. As a matter of fact, in a museum in New York, you can see the original design of the Statue of Liberty, which is a black woman. When the French artist created the Statue of Liberty, it was supposed to represent the end of slavery. On the original model, there were chains on the hands and feet, as we know. When the statue got to America, they wanted to erase any references to slavery from the statue, but the artist really fought to keep the chains on there because this is your art. You don't want people tampering with your art. And if you look, the chain is still on the foot of the Statue of Liberty to this day.
Well, the story was that it was a gift of the French to the slaves, and that the original statue had the picture of a black woman, the original model for it, and it had a distinctly African face. But it was Europeanized because the people in the United States did not want to have a black face sitting up there in the harbor, so they carved it out. In France, they had to go back to the drawing board and remodel the face after.
Y'all be quiet. That sounds about right as it relates to the Statue of Liberty.
No, that's absolutely right.
Mm-hmm. They said then sent it back to Greece to be re-chiseled and put the Medusa face on it. I think Tariq just said the original Statue of Liberty is in a museum in New York. So they just didn't put it, they don't put it out there, and they don't promote that. They just didn't put it out there for the world to see, you know, because when you fly into New York, you see that Statue of Liberty from the airplane.
Right.
That's how you know they go, oh, I'm in New York. They got the Statue of Liberty, you know, when you flying in. So they definitely have put the original in a museum that they don't talk about because we don't know what museum it's in.
Right. Probably a warehouse.
Yeah.
The what they call the patron saint of manifest destiny. So the patron saint of manifest destiny, that's her face on the what they call the Statue of Liberty, which was transposed from the African face. In fact, you see the patron saint of manifest destiny in the symbol for Columbia Pictures at the beginning of the movies. That's the patron saint of manifest destiny. Post-slavery Africans were consolidated. They were more together than ever. Segregation gave them the necessity, or created the necessity for them to maintain a type of cohesion with each other, no matter if it was infighting. They still had their self-interest and the collective interest. So we didn't know who the enemy was back there. Today, after integration, we don't know who the enemy is anymore.
You see what Black Barbie just said? She says, Abraham Lincoln, did not free the slaves just because he was so kind and had kids by slaves. He freed them to go fight that war that Americans was getting their ass kicked in against the French. Yeah, there is the Statue of Liberty. A.R. Williams put the Statue of Liberty up with a over there off of Kirby and Winchester with the he paid I think $250,000 for it, and he put a Christ, he put a cross in the statue hand.
Okay.
They've changed the history because we seem to be able to do things that other nationalities can't do, and we make it seem easy. We make it seem pretty, and we are arrogant about it, and we have fun with it, and you know, it's just a great thing. And they don't want that. They want us to play the game the way that they have set it up to play.
It's necessary to destroy a man's mind in order to maintain control of him. If a man knows who he is, continues that into his legacies, to his children, then you have problems controlling that man.
Understanding history is one thing, but understanding why the colors were hidden, that's another thing. And the problem is, see, we can't exclude racism, white supremacy. That's the thing we can't escape. A lot of Black folks try to avoid talking about it because it makes everybody uncomfortable, but it's a real thing and we have to acknowledge it. A lot of Black folks don't really understand racism. And if you don't understand something, you're not going to be able to effectively deal with it and counter it.
Racism, as I understand it, is a global system for the genetic survival of the global white minority population. We usually don't think of whites as being a minority, but they're a tiny minority, fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet. And they are genetic recessive, meaning that if a Black person and a white person mix, the president, Barack Obama, you get a colored person. So if you want to maintain an oppressive process on a group of people, you certainly don't inform them of the depths and details of their history.
And I just want to say this, it's not race hating when you talk about a system that was put together years before today's white people, right? So it's not hate against today's white people because they had nothing to do with this, but we have to be honest and talk about the mindset even back then, and some have been passed on, generational curses of racism and all of that, and being prejudiced, but we have to talk about this stuff because it did happen,
Well, they talk about they passed. Yeah, and see, that's why I have a problem, because people say, get over it. You weren't even here. I wasn't even here. Well, it's certain shit and customs and traditions y'all celebrate, and you wasn't even here. Y'all celebrated. We had nothing to celebrate. We had a foot on our neck. We were encompassed in chains. It was against the law for us to educate ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, the people that suffered from concentration camps, they will never let you forget it. When the plane struck the Twin Towers, they say never forget. Y'all seen that? Bumper stickers, slogans everywhere, never forget. But when it comes to our people, our culture, our traditions, our heritage, it's get over it. You were never there. You weren't there. I wasn't there. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, it's hard to pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you ain't even got boots. This is the game.
And rest in peace. Thank you for saying that. I just looked her up. Black Barbie. She's been dead 10 years this month. She died in 2016, January 2nd of 2016. Rest in peace to Miss Frances Chris. This Black young lady right here. She was a psychiatrist that worked for Human Resources for many, many years.
Just like you don't give them adequate education, you don't maintain adequate housing, etc. Every morning that a Black person turns on the television, they are getting their dose and indoctrination with white supremacy. You see, so if you turn on the TV or pick up a newspaper, look at a magazine, unless you understand the system, then you have a grid to put things in their proper perspective. But without that, you are constantly and continuously being indoctrinated by the system itself. You see, but the very fact that people who classify themselves as white would find themselves saying, something's wrong with your genetics. Something's wrong with your genetics. In psychiatry, we call that projection. In other words, if I have to keep focusing on your genetics, I must have some doubt about my genetics. And we have the basis for that, meaning, the ability to produce melanin pigment or skin color is a genetically dominant trait.
Y'all know we have to pause it. Yeah. This is something. Yeah, rest in peace to Miss Frances. Okay, we'll keep going.
The issue with black people is this. We hate who we are and love who we can be. We hate who we are, Africans, and love who we can be, Europeans. We do not want anybody to remind us of who we are, which is why we shun Africa. We are trying to get out of who we are. And we think that if we act white enough and marry white enough and dye our hair white enough, then maybe white folks will start treating us like white folks. You are an African. White people have never forgotten it, no matter how much you try to, and you will always be treated like an African. It doesn't matter how many doctors you got. It doesn't matter how light you are. It doesn't matter if your wife is white. You can ask Tiger Woods about that. You will still be treated like a black person.
And even today, if they don't sanction what you do and authenticate it, then it is considered non-valid. And that's unfortunate because that's not true. And we can't allow that to be true. And it was the same as with my work and a lot of other people out here. If you have not attended their school and learned their method, whatever they say it is, they have no respect for independent study when they used to be proud of in America, the self-made man, the self-made woman. That used to be it until it got out of hand and we started creating so many things, you know.
William Shockley, who I debated about Black genetic inferiority, he was a Nobel Prize laureate. He was one of the inventors of the transistors, a professor at Stanford University. Now, he could teach and talk about Black genetic inferiority as long as he wanted, but a Black person cannot talk about why racism exists and continue to teach at a university level. George Wallace found out. He said that's Governor George Wallace. He said when he first went into politics in the South in Alabama, he thought that poor whites, if they would join with blacks, they would have a great deal of political power. You see, and so that coming together of the poor whites and the poor blacks. And he said he soon realized that whites did not care if they didn't have roads, if they didn't have hospitals, if they didn't have schools. They just wanted to know that they were better than the blacks.
Wow. This is a fact. This is a fact. George Wallace ran on this card his first time out, and he lost to Governor Patterson. A lot of people think that George Wallace was a stomped down, staunch racist, but he indeed was not. When he came back, though, it was racial rhetoric, segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. And he won going away. He held that seat until the 1980s. Only reason
when he started pushing segregation.
When he started pushing segregation.
Wow.
He was so popular in that theory that he decided to run for president and got an assassination attempt on him in Maryland. During that time, his popularity in Alabama was so high that they put his wife in, Lurleen Wallace, as governor. When he lost the election in that wheelchair, he came back in that wheelchair and took over the state of Alabama until he could not function correctly. And I want to say 1986. And another Bammer took over by the name of Guy Hunt. Guy Hunt had no education. This is racism at its finest.
That what Pa says, George Wallace sick them dogs on my grandma during civil rights. No cap.
That's what politicians do. They do whatever it takes to win. They'll sacrifice their own personal beliefs and morals and standards to gain that seat. That's what
remember now, Trump was a Democrat and talked very badly in the early 90s about Republicans, about how stupid they were. And
absolutely right.
he talked bad about Bush and them for starting that war. He spoke about how this is early on,
Right.
about how they started their war for oil. They never should have went into Iraq and the things that they did, and then talked about how stupid and dumb the Republicans were, and then turned around and changed and ran on the Republican ticket, right?
Mm-hmm.
And won.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I say that reasoning comes because the deeper concern was genetic annihilation. You see, in other words, if the poor blacks and poor whites came together and they were working together and functioning together, and then they would pretty soon intermix sexually together, then the end result would be white genetic annihilation.
Racism definitely took a toll on black male-female relationships, especially in the 1960s, because in the 1960s, black men and black women, they were doing what they were supposed to have done for a long time, which was fight together against white supremacy, against racism. And they were doing this with the civil rights movement. So what happened, people had to come in and infiltrate and have a divide and conquer strategy between black men and black women. In 1964, government came in and they pulled black women to the side, and they started to classify black women and women in general as minorities. In 1964, that's the first time they classified women as minorities. So they started to give them set-asides and benefits, and then they created the feminist movement, and a lot of sisters branched off into that, and that kind of created a rift, because a lot of sisters stopped fighting for civil rights and they started to fight for women's rights, but women's rights weren't being jeopardized in the black community. Our first priority was racism, and we should have dealt with that first.
We wanted to be free. We didn't need any boundaries, need no man to tell us what to do. Well, we hadn't had no man to tell us what to do anyway. You couldn't tell us what to do in slavery, so we didn't really have no fight with you about that. That was the white woman's fight with her man, but we took it on. I want to be free. Ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. And then women started having babies, what they call out of wedlock, and then that got to be okay too. Oh, it's all right. Once it got accepted by society, all of the rest of the people, then it was okay then to just have a baby. In fact, I don't even want him for nothing but to just have a baby. And then we started saying, I'm gonna be the mother and the father, all kind of nonsense. And so what happened was that movement, and there never was a sisterhood in the women's liberation movement between the black woman and the white woman.
And you see that now anytime, because we haven't even dealt with racism, we haven't even dealt with reparations, honestly. And what will happen is, for any movement, they'll come and get black people because they understand that there's strength in numbers. And we think that there's some type of sisterhood and brotherhood, but it's not. They just use us for the numbers. But a lot of those same people, you're not going to see them if we were to start something as it relates to getting reparations because of the atrocities that our ancestors went through. Those same people will say, pull yourself up off your bootstraps. They're a bunch of lazy Negroes.
Because you have to understand, in the tactic of the art of war, when you want to destroy a stronger enemy, you have to get rid of the cultural perspective of authority.
And that's the black man.
You have to destroy the man in the society. And that's exactly what they did. I talk about this in my book. You have to destroy the masculine principle, which is the head of the family. That's part of it. The other part is to get rid of the environment and the ways and means for the head or the authority of that family to become and stay the authority and the head of that family, and that is to be the provider and the protector. Take away his means of providing, take away his means of protecting his family, and he no longer has any rights or any kind of power. So when you have done that, you have now undermined the glue that keeps a family together. Men don't have to be men anymore. So what's the best thing to do? Since you're giving so many favors to women, I might as well be a woman, or at least act like one. And therefore, I'm no longer, as Dr. Francis Crest said, I'm no longer a threat.
If whites are involved in their genetic survival, and they are threatened by black male masculinity, then it will occur, I have to reduce his masculinity. Yeah, we just recently had the president at Morehouse have to say the male students cannot wear high heel shoes and dresses and carry purses. So something is happening, again, within the total context of a system of racism, white supremacy. Neely Fuller, who wrote the textbook for victims of racism a number of years ago, in the late mid 70s, he used to say in the system, because he was the first person to talk about racism as a system. And he said that as the system of racism, white supremacy moves on, the system is going to have black men wearing dresses. Now, to hear that in the 70s, people said, oh, this is way out. And here we are. Do you see there's some black pediatricians?
Here, are you there?
Yeah.
Do you think there's been a hit put on a black man for a long time?
Yeah.
When they couldn't hang them anymore, they put another form of hit on them.
Yeah. Drugs, the drug infestation, the separation of families, declaring the female a minority, so she's entitled to certain benefits that would have normally been provided by a black man is now being provided by the government. Back in the day, they used to, social workers used to come to the house and do a wipe
Make
down.
sure a man wasn't in there.
Make sure a man was not habitated in that house. Yes. So it's systematic dismantling of the black family. When you can rely on a check rather than rely on a holistic family, old habits tend to die hard. So now you got a whole generation of folks that was raised up off a check and not necessarily a man in the house. Then you have a relationship and you decide to build on that relationship, and the man is so hamstrung by the ills of the society, so it's like, damn, I don't respect him at all. And then what do you hear? I can do bad by myself. Come on, family. This shit is not by happy chance. This is a systematic dismantling of the family in our culture.
The black family, because they don't do it in no other communities.
No, in no other community. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad, but this is the type of things that have been set in place, and now you are seeing the fruits of what's been set in place. Kids growing up without the protection of a father. Kids that just roam the street, cause mama got to work 2 jobs. If she ain't working number 1 job, she working doubles on that one. I'm a product of that. Once I was 7 years old and my mom and dad divorced, I remember I got broke in on one night while my mom was at St. Vincent Hospital in Birmingham working. And I tell this story all the time, how when they broke in, I was 12 years old. I had to use my deepest voice. Who the hell is it? Just to let them know that somebody was in the house. I was scared as hell.
And what did they do? Run back out?
They left. Glory to God, they left. Because it could have been bad.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the situations that our families are faced with. The mama got to get it how she live. And in the 80s, in the 70s, I'm not familiar too much with the 70s, but in the 80s, they got it how they lived, and they worked hard. And he's like, damn, taking a man out the house still ain't doing it. So they just ripped the whole gut out of the black family with the crack epidemic. Crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. I tell you.
Mhm.
Nutritionists who are saying we are developing epidemic levels of the effeminization of young black males. Well, I say the pants sagging down is just a subconscious invitation for homosexuality. You see, it's revealing the buttocks. See, so the pants are getting lower and lower and lower. The next step is to step out of the pants altogether. If so, you step out of the pants, you're going to put on a dress. The effeminization is an essential ingredient of white genetic survival. And the only thing that can prevent it is black people becoming conscious or becoming determined that this is not going to happen to them, because if the black men are destroyed, then the black people are gone, and we have a state of genocide.
They always have in the media that black children inherently have lower IQs. They always show these studies of black children's IQs being lower, but what they leave out is that African immigrants, they come over to America and they outperform everybody else academically, including Asians and including whites.
Because first of all, IQ is so culture-based. I mean, IQ doesn't exist. And the evidence of that is just look around you. Because if that's the case, Europeans ain't doing that great either. Because compared to the world, out of 166 countries that was tested, the United States of America, European American students, there was only 12 countries did worse than the United States of America. So IQ, it has nothing to do with, that's a lot of game.
First, the concept of IQ, the intelligence quotient, comes out of Germany during the rise of Hitler. It was a German white man by the name of Wilhelm Stern who created the intelligence quotient for population extermination reasons. He was later rejected and put out of Hitler's camp, but the IQ is an invention of Nazi Germany. Now, the first IQ test ever used in the world comes out of France. A European named Alfred Binet, at the request of the French government, was asked to design a test whereby the French government could group or track the students based on how bright they were and identify those who they felt would not be successful in school at all. A white man from New Jersey, Henry H. Goddard, who was a member of the American Eugenics Society, went to France, got a copy of the Binet scales, first white IQ test, brought the Binet scales back to America, made copies of it, and distributed it across the country to white folks everywhere. And Henry H. Goddard himself said that with this tool, we will be able to accomplish our eugenicidal ends. So from the beginning, the IQ test was never meant as an objective standard to see how smart black kids was. It was used to justify access to opportunity and extermination and racial control.
And they're not being taught. I have a boy, Hassan, he's 10, and I took him to school, and he was at the genius level because I had taught him at home. You know, he was like 7 years old. He had an IQ of 153. Well, they made sure they dumbed him down, and 2 years later, he was barely passing. I had to take him. I said, and I fought with him every day.
They snatched it. It's like when our children in school are saying that, you know, when someone.
You think about it, Hilda. Remember when we were in school with our social studies book, and maybe because they called history social studies, and maybe with the science, remember at the end of every chapter, we had critical thinking.
Mm-hmm.
A few critical thinking questions that we would have to critically think. Now they don't really make kids critically think. They just push whatever information they want inside. You know, they just feed them information. They don't really have to critically think anymore.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember that.
Somebody's real smart, they say, oh, you acting white. They don't understand that people that look like them invented thinking. In fact, we were thinking before Europeans were even on the planet. Yet we don't know this about ourselves. And because our children are not familiar with this history of themselves, they can't see themselves because they're taught that slaves came from Africa. And so therefore, I'm going to act like a slave because that's who I am. but they don't see themselves as Imhotep, or they don't see themselves as Queen Nzinga, or Preshet, a second dynasty female doctor, or they don't see themselves as Hypatia, a great mathematician and medical doctor that was skinned alive by the Romans because they did not want to show an African woman being so intelligent, dragged through the community to show people what they were going to do to this African woman.
The African man and the African.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
So they skin her alive. Wow. Because of her intelligence. So
Right.
if other Black people then saw and they let it be known because of her intelligence, this is what happens to intelligent people. Now I'm going to dumb myself down. I don't ever want to be intelligent. You see what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this what we get for studying? Nah, I'm cool.
Woman's mind does not operate along European paradigm structure. So if you're teaching him one way, he's going to automatically fail. If the system is structured for him to fail, of course he's going to fail. He's going to say, see, I told you. That's ridiculous. We know that genius is definitely and always has been in the African mind, because everywhere you go on the planet, you see African genius once left to its own accord. But when manipulated, you could turn him or that genius in her into something that is demonic. Back in 1964, they created a whole other way of teaching your son. It was called outcome-based education. It wasn't about you learning math and knowing what math was. 1 and 1 equals 2. 2 was the answer. If you got 3, you were wrong. But today, if 1 and 1 and you said 3, you said, oh, you tried. It's all right. We'll pass you on. That's all right. You did your best. See, so what they did was, in outcome-based education, it became more feminized. It became more of a communal participation in the act or idea of learning, not learning. If you could come together and participate in group things, that showed that you had the ability to be passed on into the new society. If you were a rogue and you jumped out and said, no, I ain't going for this, which is where all the gangs started coming from, because most of the males could not deal in an education system that was like this. And this is why you see most of the females getting the PhDs today, because the system was structured in such a way that took away the challenge that men needed.
And it was through the IQ test, which is the number one weapon of special education. They continue to overdiagnose and misdiagnose Black children as being mentally retarded who are not. I had a case in Philadelphia this past summer right here. Some white lawyers asked me to come in and participate in the case. Black boy, 8th grade, diagnosed as mentally retarded. I evaluated the brother, found out he was never mentally retarded. But when I looked into the previous IQ tests that were given, they misinterpreted the data. So this young man been walking around with a diagnosis of mental retardation since he was in 8th grade. He's now a young adult. And although he's been told by me and his parents that you are not retarded and you were never retarded, the self-esteem, the self-concept, the self-image is so crushed. This brother probably gonna need therapy for the next 20 years because he bought into what? A superficial label that white society has given them. The gifted movement really started to take form right after the Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954. The Supreme Court said you could no longer use race as a factor to segregate groups, but they didn't say you couldn't use disability or ability. So the white folks said, guess what? We're going to come up with a gifted program. We're going to segregate the white kids from the Black kids after Brown versus Board, because we're going to say the white kids are too smart. It's not based on skin. It's based on ability. Problem with that, it didn't work too well because a lot of white kids didn't score high on the IQ test. So they said, guess what? This is working for some white kids, but it ain't working for all. So guess what? In 1963, the same year that the Civil Rights Bill was introduced, a Chicago psychologist created the learning disability. The learning disability. And it is through the IQ test and the learning disability that so many of our children are marshaled into special ed kids where they'll probably never learn to read on grade level by the time they graduate.
And then later on, what did they do? Probably around the early 2000s, they started with that ADHD stuff. And
Ritalin.
they started giving single. This is why I think we're having a lot of these problems now with this newer generation. They went to the projects, the schools and the areas where they knew the poor mothers who had multiple children, because they wanted to experiment. They knew that these mothers were having issues, and they would give them $500 per child. Now, poor mothers, and all they had to do, and you had a lot of mothers not knowing what the effects was going to be later on, telling their children to go to school and play crazy so that they could get the check. But here's the thing, they gave them the medicine, and they started testing the children to make sure, I guess their blood or whatever, to make sure that they was taking that medicine. You know that was a trap. That was a trap right there. After they get 18 years old, the mother no longer cares to see if the person, because they don't get the check anymore, really. And look at what happened to what you have to think about. If they're giving they're willing to give single mothers a $500 check because kids have been really bad and active since the beginning of time. Now you want to sedate them? Evidently, the medicine.
Yeah.
It's obvious it has been a problem and caused some of the effects that we see now.
Right. They recommended us to do that to my boy. My boy, he with nothing wrong with my boy. My boy just like to talk. You know, at the time he did not have any siblings. You get to school, you got all these kids. Shit, my boy finna talk to everybody. And they like, he's hyper. No, he excited to see children. The hell?
The same thing that we would do. We love to talk. We got ends and conduct sometimes on a weekly report because we like to talk.
Right.
Now they've diagnosed that as being hyperactive, and you need some type of med to sedate your child. They take that med. We're gonna give you a check though, so that's enticing. I'm already poor. I got 5 kids, and then I get a $500 check per child. Oh yeah, they think they hitting a lick, not knowing that they had other plans. They didn't know. You know, that's to lure them in. And now we see the effects because we see what they talk about these meds. We have to say the MED was doing. We had Minister Farrakhan to get his scientist that is in his nation to start doing tests on that Ritalin, okay, and come to find out it was so strong it's eating away at the mercury and it was eating away at the brain of these children, and now it probably really is a issue going on. They can't be without it now that they're old. They gotta have it. But this was engineered.
And what happens when you go to reproduce? See, this don't just stop with this one baby. This baby is, you know, living by the culture of the Bible, which says be fruitful and multiply. Well, if he has a defect, a man-made defect, that same defect is going to pass on through our generations. You know, I can talk about this all day.
That's true.
This
is deep.
You see, it's like if I took an animal and put it in a cage, and so the animal couldn't grow well. And then I'll say, oh, look at this deformed animal. Do you see? I don't say, I made this creature deformed because of the conditions that I subjected him or her to. And the very fact that, in other words, the logic, in my view, if you felt that blacks were genetically, inherently inferior, you can give them the very best of conditions and they would not be able to perform or function. You see, but the need to deprive, you know, at the same time that people are saying, oh, it's cold outside, make sure your dog is in. Make sure your dog gets all the nutrients for growth and development. because you're not fearful that the dog is going to take over the human beings. Do you see? But once you start depriving, systematic deprivation, it means, well, I must be afraid of these people maybe overtaking me if I allow them the same conditions, opportunities that I set forth for myself.
And if you think about it, I mean, there's still issues with forming enterprises in our communities. It should not be 1%. And when they do let the 1% in, they work real hard to keep the rest out, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they work real hard to keep. It's almost like they gave me a seat at the table. It's almost like it's a unsaid thing. We let you in, but this is our secret, and we're gonna use you as a guard dog. And they guard it with their life.
And it's not even a secret. It's a divisive measure. Yeah, we're gonna let you in and you in and you in. But the rest of y'all, this is the show that we did let y'all in. But there are many more qualified. And because they can't get in, they become divisive toward the people that did get in. And so now you got the house nigga, field nigga syndrome all over again.
Yeah. And that's just to prove, we'll let a couple in so that they can't say it's a racist system and we don't have to worry about lawsuits, maybe.
Right. Absolutely. And now they don't even want to do that.
That's true.
The problem of the 21st century in America is, what are we going to do with these 40 million Africans who we do not want here? That is the #1 political domestic issue in America. Why? Because AIDS is killing them, but it ain't killing them fast enough. The police are killing them, but they ain't killing them fast enough. The prisons, we are throwing them in there by the dozens every day. But guess what? They still having babies, okay? We're killing the babies on the delivery table, but it ain't getting rid of them fast enough. I was at a meeting last night with a group of parents who have children who are not being successful in high school. And at that meeting, there was a school member who said that she felt in the meeting we were spending too much time discussing the problems and that we hadn't begun to generate the solutions. And I told her that I disagreed with her. And I explained to her why. I said, one of the biggest problems we have as African people is that we are too quick to rush out and fix something you know nothing about. If the engine in my car is broke, and I'm not a mechanic, okay? And if I rush out to the car store and buy all types of fancy gadgets to get my engine running again, and I go up under that engine, okay, I can end up wasting those resources, wasting time, wasting my money, and if I'm not careful, I could probably get killed under that hood not knowing what I'm doing. I got to be patient. I got to get that manual. I got to read through it. I got to study that system, so once I get under that hood, I know exactly what to do, when and where. Problem with black folk is nobody is patient enough to investigate the problem fully, to make sure we understand it, so when we go out to fix it, we don't lose any lives unnecessarily, any resources unnecessarily, any time or money unnecessarily.
Black people have to understand, I had to say first stage, we're not going any place until we understand what we're dealing with. And this is the weakness of our position now. People want to talk about a black agenda with no understanding, no in-depth understanding of what they're dealing with, or being afraid to talk about racism, white supremacy as a total system dynamic. So that's step one, to understand what the game is all about. Step two is, I say, the self-respect factor. See, I have to respect myself at a sufficient level to want to push back the force that is attempting to destroy me. I can't want to integrate with it.
We don't have a think tank. What is something I call a dark matter think tank. These Europeans got think tanks all over the place, and that's how they always are 20 steps ahead of us, because nobody is thinking and strategizing. We're just reacting.
I agree with that. We're not strategizing. We're just reacting.
Yeah. And it all goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You know,
J-Rail.
The fact that only a few will get in, that ideology is embedded in us, and it gives us a sense of urgency to feel like we have to be at the top of our game. We can't all walk through the door at the same time. You know, I need to get through first. You know, and I hate to dumb it down, but you can track that type of theory all the way back to the Dolphin Gotti situation, where one person got to be at the top and everybody else is just trying to climb
gotta
up.
be up under me, and you only get in if I give you permission or approval.
Right. Gatekeeping,
absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And how dare you go and find another way?
Yeah.
Because y'all kind of went around that, because like you said, he had a funder.
Right. And that's why in our culture we get the term, the game is to be sold and not told. We ain't trying to help nobody. We trying to get through the door. If I help you get through the door, I just might not get through the door myself. And that creates the crab in the barrel mentality. Salute, J-Rail.
Okay, let's keep going.
That's why they're keeping us the way we are. We're reactors. You see, we are not supposed to be reactors. We're supposed to be actors, not reactors. We act upon things based upon a consensus thought. When we come together and we know the strategy, it's because all of the greater thinkers came together and threshed out this plan, and we knew all of where it's going to fail, where it's not going to fail, how it's going to work, where it will work, where it will not work, and we move from that. We don't have that.
That power is the ability to define someone's reality and have that person accept that definition as if it were their own. And we have allowed people to define us as to who we are and what we can do. And we have accepted that as if we thought that ourselves.
So they don't want us to know how great we are, because that's the missing link. If we really knew how great the potential that we have, and that's really all we have left. We have nothing left but our potential. And whenever that potential is able to get free, then we go to the top. They don't keep you out because you're the worst. They keep us out because we are the very best.
If we go back to the 1980s, if you remember, there was a lot of focus around whether or not black men had a gene that predisposed them to violence. What's making black men kill other black men? Nobody said anything about slavery, the after effects, self-hate, miseducation, economic castration. Because I can tell you that miseducation and economic castration, that is the lack of jobs, is the mother and father of violence. If you don't educate me properly and you keep me from making a decent livelihood for me and my children, I have no choice but to go to the underworld to feed my family. And in the underworld, I'm likely to come face to face with somebody else who's trying to feed their family at my family's expense. It breeds the violence. And even if you're not selling drugs, the fact that you're walking around knowing as a man that you can provide for you and yours, which is a natural responsibility, it breeds the anger that we sooner or later let off on one another. And whenever you read a story about a black man killing another black man, they never give you the contextual relevance of what happened. You coming out of the store, I'm walking in the store. I bump you accidentally, you turn around and you kill me. On the surface, I just look like a crazy, angry black man. Nobody's gonna tell you I got fired from a job yesterday for standing up to somebody who called me out my name. Nobody's gonna tell you that I've been putting in job applications for 2 years consistently, and as soon as they find out that I've been to prison, they drop me from the job. They don't put it in context. 75% of the violence that's taking place out there by black people is economically based, and nobody's dealing with it. Half the black men in Philadelphia, unemployed. Half the black men in Baltimore, unemployed. Half the black men in New York City, unemployed. But you don't want to tie that to the rise in violence? Everybody knows when there's never enough jobs in society, violence goes up, even amongst white folk. This is what sociologists study. This is the science of criminology. No jobs, violence. More jobs, less violence.
He is absolutely right. Poverty ignites crime.
Know this.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to black people, we don't want to put it in context because we are trying to do what? Exterminate the image. We're trying to get people to see black people as an unnecessary hindrance to the progress of humanity.
If you end up with a critical mass of non-white people, all of whom, all over the planet, who have been oppressed by racism, white supremacy, if they begin to understand the white motivation, you see, so they're no longer acting in a way that allows white supremacy to be maintained. Like black people, as long as we're killing each other, destroying ourselves, you see, or say if you're learning, you're acting white, and so we don't want to do that. These are all dysfunctional behaviors. If we begin to really understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, how it works. It's not a question of, hating white people. That's a waste of energy and a waste of time, but we would no longer be behaving in a way that makes white supremacy comfortable to exist.
So we keep talking about, our mantra for over 75 years has been, we got to have unity. We got to have unity. No, we don't. We don't have to have unity with each other. We just need to get the same idea. And the other thing is that our educators can't decide on what is the history. That's a problem. If you get 10 of them in here in a room, all 10 of them will have a lot of differences about where the civilization started, what we did, who did it, and where. Okay, white people agree on their history, even if it's a lie, they agree on it. Patrick Henry, they agree on that, Marco Polo, whoever it is, they agree. Yep, that's what he did. Yep, that's what they did. They don't have an argument about what the truth is. They just came together, decided on what the history is going to be, and then that's what they accepted, and that's what they teach their children, and that's what they teach our children.
And now instead of Ku Klux Klan, who do we have? We have the Tea Party. Because the Tea Party are the children of the immigrants that were brought here for those jobs. But as long as they did their jobs, it was all right. But now what are they doing? They are now outsourcing the jobs to India and to China, and to South America. And now who's losing their jobs? Who's losing their homes? It's those poor, huddled masses that were brought here to Ellis Island. It's in-source, outsource. And peoples of European descent never realized what the real problem was because they were ignorant enough to believe that it was black folk. White folk are in worse position because even black folk that got the job in McDonald's, got the job as custodians, they have a job now. It's those other ones that were given those middle management positions that have lost their jobs, lost their homes, lost their car, lost their way. Quite frankly, from what I'm hearing them say, they done lost their minds.
And so we have men who don't have the discipline to withstand the onslaught of the sexual energy that our women now carry. Most of our women don't get along with a black man unless he's laying down. Once y'all stand up, we going back to fighting, but we get along with you in the bed. And I tell them, I say, we have to learn how to get along with our man more than just in the bed. And there has never been a civilization where the children grew up to be successful when the man and the woman were at odds with each other, like the black man and black woman in America, okay? The fact that we can't get along is demonstrative by the situation, the condition of our children, especially our daughters. Our sons are acting like daughters, okay? They're not gay. They just have the feminine emotional mechanism because they've been around too many women, they've been raised by women and heard so much negative things about a black man, about being a black father.
Food, clothing, and shelter. Until you get food, clothing, and shelter, you will never get the attention of the masses. What made Marcus Garvey so successful? What made the Honorable Elijah Muhammad so successful? What made the Black Panther Party so successful? Now you're looking at three different ideologies. Mr. Garvey's Pan-Africanism, Elijah Muhammad's black religious nationalism, the black socialism of the Black Panther Party. Ideologically, they were different, but all three of them did one thing: provided for food, clothing, shelter, jobs, education, medical care. Every last one of those institutions attempted to build some sort of an independent functioning community with services. We ain't doing that today. We ain't doing that today. And that's why we don't have their attention. They say, why does the church continue to control black people when all they do is sell Jesus and collect money? Why? Because the church does have some services. It ain't sufficient, but they got more than the conscious organizations. The problem with the conscious organizations is all we do is run our damn mouth, but nobody's building. You follow me? We got 1,000,001 books at the bookstore. We got a book for every problem, but the problems are still here. See, we have been content with the information. The information is not enough. It is information plus action.
That our schools teach our children the truth. Okay? And we could do that because we pay for the schools. Public education is not free in that way. We pay for it every day. Every time we pay taxes, every time we purchase things, every time we buy insurance, whatever it is, we're supporting all these things. And we have more say so there, but it's difficult to get us to come out to the schools. And the frustration of having children who are out of control is so high that the mothers are glad to send a child off to school and try to give that responsibility to somebody else instead of us taking that responsibility on ourselves.
Well, that was the end of that. I do believe that there's a part 2. I haven't been able to find that part 2, but that he has one. He's gone. They say he's working on a 6 now, but that is in Hidden Colors. I do believe that that was Hidden Colors number 1, and it was definitely made before 2016. It's been made some years ago. I do know when he started doing I used to follow him for a little while, some years back. He was getting visited frequently by the FBI for some reason. And he says it was because of the research that he was doing and putting out. And he has started to get a movement behind him as it relates to putting history out. And I think, a lot of times when you start to get people behind you, there is a sector in the FBI that they will start to watch you, because if you can get a movement behind you, they want to make sure that it's not a radical movement. Okay.
Right. It's the same sector of the feds that took down Garveyism, took down Malcolm, took down Martin Luther King, Huey Eldridge, and the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, the chairman Fred Hampton. There can never be another like those people. There can never be another to galvanize a people and unify them. That's why you have all these trinkets to keep us divisive. Drugs. You have Section 8 and welfare. These are the things that keep us divided. I'm going to hug this welfare check forever because at least I know I can eat. Finesse 2 times said his family go 3 generations and I forget the name of the project. Come on, Cypress. His grandma, Walter Simmons, yes. 3 generations. Not a man in sight. This is what keeps us hamstrung. We are so consumed with just having a plate on the table. That's how bad it is. I used to talk to my pastor about this all the time. And I said, Pastor, you preach some good sermons. You teach. You make it relevant to today. But I'm going to tell you, I struggle, man. I struggle with the fact that, the message comes through thorough and sound. But some of the people can't even hear it because in the back of their mind, they worried about a light bill. They worried about the rent. They worried about if they're going to have food for all 5 days next week until they check come or until they get that direct deposit or them stamps drop. These are the things, these are base level necessities that other communities don't even have to worry about. And this is what keeps us, in a sense of urgency. We don't have to run marathons and tie bungee rope to our leg and jump off of a bridge for thrills. We're not thrill seekers. Our urgency comes every day in the fact that a bill due. The kids can't eat. Do I have gas to make it to work for the week? Am I going to be able to feed the kids and fix the brakes? These are the type of things that keep us hamstrung and not being able to develop ourselves beyond the base level. And it's not by happen chance. I keep saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. I get to thinking about too, the mindset. And I think everybody, if you need help, that's what we pay taxes for. Even the people that's probably has had to go on some, and it's a lot of people that have never been on some type of welfare has had to because of how the economy has, and they more than likely paid taxes at some point in the past. But you get to thinking about lifelong, like you were saying about finesse 2 times family. He says there are 3 generations, like lifelong recipients. Okay. And you get to think a lot of young women, they keep having babies because they feel like, well, this is a check that I get. Okay. So I think the checks for each child, it may be up to $200, but I don't think it's over. Does anybody know how much they pay for per child now? Okay. It may be up to, what the hell you doing? Get on somewhere. Might be up to 200 and something dollars, but you got some women that have never worked, and you waiting on a $200 check a month when you could go to work. If you worked, you could make 3 times that probably in a week. But unfortunately, you have some women that keep having babies to get those checks. It's unfortunate. And so then they start to get worried when they start talking about cutting off the checks. I'm definitely not against people getting help, because children and old people are very vulnerable. But at what point do we start to wean some of these people that have been lifelong recipients?
Right.
Because as long as you're worried about the check and they can keep you focused on that check, because they use that as a scare tactic to get some people into office, right? And that is, even though you have a lot of white people that is on welfare, they want black people to be the face of it. But as long as you worried about that check, you don't focus on the other government assistance that is out there, like getting grants and government low interest loans to start a business to create generational wealth.
And this is my opinion on that check. You said that there's white people that's dependent on this as well. What I'm about to say is my opinion and my opinion only. There's a lot of people, black and white, that depend on this check. But the people that are white that depend on this check, they are low education, bottom of the barrel. We got people in our culture that are low education, but if they simply apply themselves, see, it's the mental fortitude of some of our people, where it's like the hope is gone. Yeah, I could apply myself. Yeah, I could use all of this free time that I got at the house to go to school and take a course. But why mess up a good thing? Some of these white folks is on these checks. These folks is ignorant and their learning ability is half hours. The reason I can say this because in the 80s, when people didn't have the education, but they had that check, they would take that check, they would buy work and they would flip work. They developed systems to not be discovered by law enforcement. We are a very smart people. It's just the fact that a lot of us don't want to step out on faith. They rather hug that check than to go out and fall on their face and get up and try again. That's just my opinion on it. You see one of the Anglo-Saxons on that check. They need that check. I done seen folk pull up to the food stamp office, hopping out of Escalade. Now, was they riding with somebody or was they driving somebody else's vehicle? That's left to be said. But they dressed to the nines going in the food stamp office, man.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy work.
Fat, you right, brother.
Some folks don't even want to try.
No, they don't want to try because you think about, look at how much money these girls get every year. I'm hearing some of these young women get with the income tax, they getting 12 and 15,000, and they broke again by June.
Well, the mentality of some of these folks is, I'm not gonna pay no bills until income tax come around. I got you when I get my income tax. But I'm not speaking down on our people, but our people are very smart. You think of some of our trap stars. When I say trap stars, I'm talking about people that got documentaries on them, like Rayford Edmonds and Alpo. And man, these folks had some elaborate setups. Supreme McGriff. These folks had setups that, you had to have some form of intelligence to achieve the longevity that they had and the functionality that they had and just moving YOLA. I ain't gonna say the D word, moving YOLA. It's almost a perversion of the intelligence because a lot of times with the lack of hope, we use our intelligence for what we know, and that's making money on the other side of the law. So I don't know.
Everybody you name had a brain except for Big Meech. You want the word or no?
Super smart, fam. Super smart. You go to the Chambers brothers. You go to Eddie Jackson in Detroit. These big time trap stars that made money hand over fist running organizations, and was fearless. You take that type of intelligence and drive and put it into something legal, and we could have Fortune 500 companies. Real talk.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like it's a hopelessness that feel like no matter what you do on the right side of the law, you're never gonna get ahead. You never be good enough to sit in the rooms with people that you look at as the oppressor. And so people do it their own way. But that's just my take on some of these things that we see from the day to day. We are not a dumb people at all by a long shot.
No, we're not.
Mm-mm.
I tell you, it's at what point have are we too many? Because they've been working on this for a long time. It started because I love to look at videos from the 70s and the 60s. You listen to the dictation and the vocabulary, even of Black people when they was living in the projects. They pronounced their words differently. Um, they sounded differently. Like there was no slang, or if it was hey mama, jive turkey, stuff like that. But they still
Mm-hmm.
pride in pronouncing their words differently. Um, when they were in the 70s, people seem to the times of the Afro and all of that, they really seem to be Black and proud, right? Around 85. Now I can remember 85. Um, that's when you started to see crack being inserted. That epidemic started in
Right.
communities, and what saved a lot of the Black people, Black children, such as a young Dolph or whatever, is that they still had those old-fashioned grandmothers back then, right?
Right.
That was raised with values and had some type of substance. Okay, because see, what ended up happening was a lot of people that was on crack, they weren't necessarily in the street or came from bad homes. They got on crack and they was hooked instantly. People
Right.
got hooked on crack after one time, just trying something, experimented with it. That was
Right.
it was over.
Mm-hmm.
So you had good mothers and loving mothers and fathers who at this point their allegiance, their loyalty was now to the crack, and they neglected everything else.
That's why I say 85, 86. The gut was ripped out of our community. I mean, everybody got a story from their city. I remember in North Birmingham and in Collegeville, where they used to block the street off and just serve crack all day long. And the laws turned a blind eye to it, like they didn't know what was going on. When it got to the point where boys were getting real money, 88, 89, 90, that's when they finally started, you know what I'm saying, putting an aggressive stance on it and busting people. But I can remember the days when you thought it was a block party going on. No, the street was blocked off and people were coming in buying. Not just from the project, but from downtown Birmingham, from Hoover, from Homewood, and all points in between. You had Anglo-Saxons in the project. Yeah. They used to call it Crack Ave. Because that's all they did was post up and sell Yola. Mm-hmm. Then folks started getting a little money, accumulating a little money, and people wanted, you know what I'm saying, to basically control the market. And that's when you get artillery. People ain't just packing a 38 no more. Now they got a 9mm. Now they got Tech 9s and Uzis. You know? Mm-hmm. Trying to protect their little section where they serving at. And the whole community went to hell. When you used to have the old man that ran the corner store or the all black gas station, all that shit just went to hell. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 95 is a ghost town. Yeah. Man, I remember when we used to come out here and shit. It's a ghost town. It looked like a wasteland. And crack did that. But crack was not effective as they wanted it to be. They wanted crack to eliminate a whole race of people. Crack was a rich man high dumbed down into rock form. And although people donated $20 25 years of their life to it and lost everything, people rebounded. So they decided to go a generation deeper. To the little kids, they used to say, just say no. Now they of age and they on perks and they on Zans, you know. And now we got fent.
You know why that these stronger drugs is incorporated? Remember, with crack, even though they was getting strung out instantly around the late, and then they started incorporating all of these rehabilitation centers because the money is in not in being proactive but being reactive. But a lot of people started to get off of crack because they was just tired. Because I had some family members to get on it. They didn't go to no rehab around like the early 2000s. They was just tired of doing it. They was just tired of doing it, and they was able to recover themselves.
Right.
And I think now they put something into the atmosphere where they will never be able to recover.
Right. And that's why I said some of our people, while some died, most of the people that did crack, they donated about 20 to 30 years of their life to it. And they went strong. They came out of it with nothing, but they came out of it with their life.
Absolutely.
You know? And then like Neil said, don't forget about lean. But lean, you had to have a little money to get that lean. I had to have a little money to get that lean.
And think about it with meth. When they talked about meth labs, even in the early 2000s, like that was like out in around millions, or a lot of white children did meth, right? And so now meth is incorporated in the black community, and even what people don't know with meth now, you can't go cold turkey on meth. If you get on meth, you got to take a drug for the rest of your life.
And that drug ain't for you, it's for them because that's their drug. Mm-hmm. Just imagine you hooked on crack and they develop a drug to get you off of crack. See, if meth was a black drug, there would be no methadone clinics. What? That would not be a methadone clinic if meth was a black drug. That's for people in the outskirts, in the trailer parks. That's how they get out. And if you fall victim to meth, then so be it. But that's their drug. That's why there's methadone clinics where you can go in once a week and get high legally off methadone. Well, I tell you.
It's something. It's a cold game.
It really is.
When I used to work at MPD, I used to have this, when I was working at Crime Stoppers, my supervisor name was Major Wayne Williams. Major Williams used to say, it's a cold game, T. He used to call me T. It's a cold game, T, but somebody got to play it. You may as well be the leader. He used to always say that. It's a cold game, but somebody got to play it.
Absolutely. You think about it. You get hooked on meth, heroin, they get you help. You get arrested with heroin in your possession 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna be one of us. They're gonna send you to a clinic or a rehabilitation or health center. You get busted with that crack, yeah, going to penitentiary. Plain and simple, yeah, going to penitentiary. Because crack is dumbed down to one demographic. That should tell you all you should know. Mm-hmm. But what they got now, this is that real one-hitter quitter. Now, you hit that crack back in 86, 87, you hooked off one experience.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get the right fent, you in the upper room in the next morning
Even it really even at its lowest dosage, because they say so many police officers and stuff have overdosed on fent. They had to get them that drug. I forget what it's called, because they been patting somebody down doing searches, and they had them needles and stuff in their pockets, just an inch of it that penetrate the skin or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. Or it's supposed so strong it can go straight through your skin, your palm or whatever, and they overdosed.
Mm-hmm. I forget the shot. I know what you're talking about though.
So they said every officer now has to ride with two of those on them. I forget what it's called,
Mm-hmm.
to shock them back to life or whatever.
Right.
Then
Saying
the
the
next
nigga
5 seconds they would be in the upper room. Because listen, one of my friends that told me that fentanyl is horse tranquilizer.
Horse tranquilizer.
It's horse tranquilizer. So how in the hell did that get out there? They say it come from Mexico. I don't know. But how in the hell is horse tranquilizer get out there to the humans and they are ingesting that?
By design. By design. I trust. And it's very inexpensive. The same way they took Yola and made it. They took it from being a rich man's high to a flash in the pan high for us. It's the same way they took Fent and made it. See, in some places you can get Fent for $1 a pill.
What?
Yes.
Nalazone is the overdose drug. Okay. Lord have mercy. It's so
Mm-hmm.
sad though, but we got to deal with though here in our communities, and I guess in the communities. You already know what drugs gonna do to you. You already know people dying from fent. Why are they trying this stuff? Why try it?
A lot of people are getting tricked. A lot of people are buying pills that are fake pressed, and they cutting that pill with the Fent because it's just as powerful. But if you don't measure it right, then you get somebody like Gangsta Boo, and she hit a line and went the whole night with no problems. Pulled up to her house, walked in the yard, got up on the porch and collapsed.
Overworked, exploded a heart, probably.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's all to cut costs. It's all to cut costs.
And now people have to, like you said, they have to be careful because they think they're buying some weed or something, whatever they call it.
Yeah,
and they done laced it.
And it's bunk weed sprayed down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you never know where it's coming from.
What's up, Justin and Day? He said he was born in Dyersburg. I think it was real bad up there in because Dyersburg is one of those like isolated areas, on the outside of Memphis.
Shout out to Dyersburg.
Yeah, shout out to Dyersburg. It's beautiful, though. I promise.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, man, if we could get focused, you wouldn't need none of that stuff. But the fact that you have been downtrodden, people need to escape. People need some source of euphoria because the everyday life is, just so depressing and downtrodden and hard. That's what creates a market for this type of stuff. Always have. Back in the early days, like in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they used to, smoke to, have fun at parties and concerts and musicians, used it for creativity, but life is so hard nowadays that people just need a release, a break away from the norm. And that's why a lot of this stuff is so prevalent. And a lot of it is culture. These kids, I say this all the time. Back in the day, our idea of a party was somebody pulling out a bag of tree and you know what I'm saying, oh, that's what's up. Okay. Match one. These boys ain't got nothing but beans in their pocket now. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got nothing but orange bottles in their pocket. CVS, Walgreens. And it's sad. It's like, when did it get to this? You can't even enjoy yourself socially without, self-medicating. I seen a clip or a reel on Instagram the other day where two teens, I want to say it's in Mississippi, they went in and robbed the whole pharmacy. Didn't go for the cash register. Went in the back and came out with two big totes with nothing but pills.
It's a pharmacy, an independent pharmacy downtown. That was down there by where the rich people live at, around that FedEx Forum. They broke into it so much they had to go and close it down.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like Rail said, go from doing drugs to doing medicine. Yes, Lord. Rest in peace to Big Scar.
Yeah, rest in peace to Big Scar. Somebody, he might have took too much, but they said Big Scar, he had a fentanyl problem, didn't he? Was it fentanyl?
It had to be. It had to be. I think it was the same with enchanting. You going for something, you going for a perk or Xanax. And like I said, fake pills. Cut a little bit of this with some fent and press it up. Make it look just like a Xan or a perk. Next thing you know, you in the hospital trying to get your stomach pumped and it don't go well. Rest in peace to Scar. Rest in peace to Enchanting. Rest in peace to Mac Miller. Because Mac Miller was one of the first that we heard be unalived on something like this. And they found his dealer and charged him, but Mac Miller's Anglo-Saxon, so par for the course.
Okay, Miss Treasure. She said, I'm back. I'm glad you're back. He said, sipping on some syrup. That's what I can't understand. Why, because what is that syrup? It's codeine and what, sleep medicine and some more stuff, right?
It's codeine in your favorite soda. Yeah. Little crushed ice, your favorite soda. Back in the day, it used to be Tussanex, and then, as the time passed, it was Walk Hard, but, that shit got stupid expensive. And then in the culture in Houston, them folks used to make that shit in the bathtub.
And DJ Drool, or whatever his name from out of Houston, then he died from that.
Yeah, DJ Screw. Yeah, he invented it. Yeah, he kind of pushed the charge for that.
But he kind of started that little phase, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He was the face. He didn't start it, but he was the face of it just because he made music to accentuate it. You know what I'm saying? Then they tried to say that Chad Butler died from syrup, but we all know Chad Butler didn't die from no syrup, fam. If anything, somebody spiked his brain.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so sad. Yes, it
Rest in
is.
peace, MC. Yeah.
Did Pimp C die from that syrup, or was it cocaine? Or was
No,
they trying to say
they
somebody killed him?
yeah,
no,
they
that's what I'm saying. Chad Butler is Pimp C.
yeah, they got him.
Yeah, I believe they spiked his drink. You know, I think they put cyanide in his drink.
Oh wow, poison. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
he was talking a lot against the industry and a lot of that, and he had the role.
Bon B don't talk a lot about him, do it? Had they fallen out before he died?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
they kind of clash. Yeah, they clash.
yeah. They didn't even do their last album together. You know, um, Bun would go in the mornings to record, and Pimp would go in at nights and record. They ain't really dealing with each other at the time. Um, they ideologies. You know, Bond always played it safe, and Pimp not so much. I think they clashed in that regard. And you know, Bond is of the belief when it comes to Pimp, just God rest the dead, let him rest. And others, you know, they want answers in which they absolutely deserve. Texas tea is drink served.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
they mixed together. The up and down are actually mixed together.
yeah.
Mm.
That's why Wayne so shriveled up. Wayne was on that shit crazy.
He started having seizures. He was on it so bad.
Yeah,
Right.
Rick Ross, Boosie, this shit almost took Boosie
Boosie
out.
was on Boosie was on Sir.
Yeah,
Everybody was.
everybody was on.
Everybody was. Shit, back in my day, we get a hold of it. I never sipped it. I used to put it on my cigars. I used to drip it in my cigars and put the green in, and it used to help it burn slow. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Like a good I see him naked, nigga, he had
yes, sir. That's how we used to do it. Shit, yeah. Either that or that grit. Man, come on, man. Real talk. But I never sipped that shit because I was always afraid. You know, they said that shit um, it accumulates in the back of your throat. Um, you know, the substance is so thick that it'll sit on your teeth and begin a rotting process. So salute to them niggas. They can give a nears.
yeah, man. And in the long run, they should eat you up on the inside out.
Yeah, yeah. I remember I pulled up to a chick house one day out that shit, man. And I called her and told her I was outside and stood up and got out the car and stood in the front yard. It was raining like a motherfucker.
He put in the drink.
Ooh, full of it. I said, Lord have mercy. What the hell was I thinking about? Well, I tell you. Mm. We all live and we learn, we grow, and be better because of it. But yeah, no. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But these boys, they had a little money, so you know they take it to the nth degree. You know, that activists and walk hard, tuss, all that shit, man, that shit was expensive. Yeah, that's a rapper high. You either you were rapping or you had a pack circulating, and so I ain't have it like that. So I wasn't sipping. Mm-mm.
Nah, man, that shit so high down here, fam.
Yeah, that's why I was telling T Hell down there. They'll cut that shit and make it they'll make it in the bathtub. Now who the hell gonna drink some shit that y'all done concocted in the bathtub? I'm not no promethazine and codeine, absolutely.
Well, I hope Tariq makes his 7 because I think they started giving him hard times. Him and Umar Johnson fell out, so I think
I think everybody in Umar Johnson fell out. I think Umar just went just a tad bit rogue, you know.
They stopped promoting his because I'm looking at this is a 2-minute trailer right here for number 5 because they say he's working on number 6.
When somebody else knows more about yourself than you know yourself,
about 6 years
then you
ago.
have volunteer slavery all over again.
The real reason why I believe black people truly won't fight back with white folks is because of religion. In our mind, we keep forgiving white people because in our head, subliminally, we see Jesus.
The thing about being conscious and truthful is you got to be tough. You got to be ready to get violent because people are always going to try to take advantage of you because if you're winning, they're losing. And those guys cheat and you don't. So you got to they got to know not to play with you. They got to know you can't really think that you're just going to have an opinion without some muscle.
The entire civilization is built
on go our girl again, ain't it?
Black
The population in the world is at minus birth rate. Every single one, all right? What are they going to do then? They need our bodies.
In the 60s, they banned martial arts. They had registration of people's hands and feet because it was something that they didn't quite understand. And plus, when people came from the armed forces and started using karate, it was dangerous at that time.
You know, we're suffering from like high blood pressure and swollen ankles and everything. Like what fight are we gonna take on? When people be like, yo, black power, put your boots on this white man's neck. And I'd be like, man, you can't even strap your boots because your ankles are swollen. You can't even wear boots.
In neighborhoods that are more upscale, financially affluent society, white, Jewish, etc., they are infused with fertility clinics.
I forget that nigga name.
Societies, the ones that do not have that elevated level of economics, black and brown, impoverished communities have abortion clinics.
Processed foods have to be preserved, and you only preserve that which is dead.
The fear of the little white girl taking down her New Kids on the Block poster and putting Eazy-E up over her bedroom set was something that had to be addressed.
Hey, I had that
defended territory, defended ideals, and defended.
Let me tell you something. This is why they did not promote this one. He had a lot of celebrities that would have got a lot of eyes on this one.
Right.
This one was nobody even knew this one was out.
Yeah. Hey, XO, do Banner get love in his city? Actual treasure, do Banner get love in Jackson? Let me know.
I don't think he gets I don't even think Banner gets the recognition that he should get because a lot of these commercials,
I doubt it.
He has a production company. Their Banner commercial does, Banner's company does a lot of those famous commercials that you see.
Right. I remember Banner came down here to Birmingham, got them pistols put on him in Bessemer. oh, they said come clean like the washing machine, Jack.
They robbed him?
Yes, sir. Banner used to ride around in a van, and if you had a couple dollars, Banner will pull up on you, and he'll drop you beats and everything. And damn, it used to be a spot in Bessemer. Soon as you come into Bessemer, Ed, you know what I'm talking about. Going down Bessemer Superhighway, it was a spot. It was a nightclub on the right hand side, and it was like an adult bookstore across the street, catty corner. But Banner pulled up to that spot. I done performed at that spot a whole heap of times, and he pulled up and he was supposed to, drop off some beats and link with some dudes, and man, they put them pistols on him. Yeah. It was called the Gold Club. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it. They robbed Banner blind at that club, man.
Well, Banner had a hard time too because he said he was homeless, and that's how he was surviving. Selling them beats, and he had some hard beats. I'm telling you.
Yeah, facts. We were rocking with Banner back when he had a partner. They were rapping. They were called Gray Skies. But yeah, I got much respect for Banner. He was a cool dude. but this was before he had and came up and everything. He gets acknowledged, not true love per se. They were pissed with him last month due to something he said about the city at a private banquet. Okay.
What'd he say? They said Banner be in Memphis a lot.
Themselves consistently over thousands of years, including in the United States.
To be a successful colonizer, you not only colonize and you dominate the people physically, you have to dominate them psychologically.
The first revolution, Gil Scott-Heron tells us, is the revolution in the mind.
I'm going to find that one, definitely. I am going to find. I bet it's on Prime. I'm going to find it and buy it.
It might be on Tubi or somewhere.
Yeah, it might be. I see he went and got a lot of celebrities for Hidden Colors 5. And, I mean, with him pushing the message that he's pushing, they definitely, he probably couldn't even get no funding behind that one because more people, those celebrities have a fan base. So.
J. Real said, I remember he pulled up on me in that van with the album cover on it. Exactly, fam. That's the one. I'm talking about they got him out his beat machine, got his money, they took a boatload of stuff and bound it that night. Yeah.
Wow.
XO said, I didn't watch the video. Someone recorded him and posted it. There was a ticket on the event. He made a video addressing what he said, whatever he said. Okay. Yeah. He came down here a few years back. I think he had something called a speaker box that he was going on tour doing.
Yeah. I remember that speaker box. He had an album, I think, called the Speaker Box. It was like $50 or $100. But I mean, it could be done because Ice-T, remember Ice-T did that with one of his albums. He sold it for $100, and he sold it too. He was able to sell it. That was way back in the early 90s.
Well, Nipsey Hussle did the same thing. He did the same thing, and Jay-Z pulled up on him and bought a box of them. That's when we knew that Nip was finna go. He was finna get an invite. I just leave it at that. He was finna get an invite.
Wow, did they have it on camera?
Oh yeah, of course.
Let me see if I can find that.
Okay, I wouldn't play it because due to Nip being independent, he kind of like Dolph. A lot of his stuff is, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Locked down. But yeah. Let's see here. Yeah.
I can't find it.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with Nipsey Hussle, I promise you will be just as passionate about Nipsey Hussle as you are about Dolph. Nip was a man among boys. Yeah. RSC. Yeah. Rolling 60s.
Oh, little Miss Muffin says she don't have power.
Miss
Hell,
Muffin.
you know what, little Miss Muffin? I thank God I got some power, but I was going to say that heater show ain't working like it need to.
Mm-hmm. Black Mama going crazy.
But you know, Ice-T is half white.
Yeah, of course.
But he was raised up black.
Mm-hmm.
I think his parents died or his mother died early, and his auntie or somebody raised him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Nip was one of a kind. Nip was definitely one of a kind. Yeah, I got a notification that my boy's school closed tomorrow too.
And I'm off tomorrow. I'm doing the windshield. You know, ain't nobody heard that dance in a long time. They probably renamed it by now, huh?
Doing the what?
The windshield. Remember they used to say the windshield, like in the late '80s, early '90s.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You know, they always rename these dances that we used to do. It'd be the same dance,
Right.
different name. Because I remember when I used to dance a lot, my mama used to always say, "No, that's the something from like the '70s."
Yeah, for real. That's true.
I'm off work too. I'm so happy. Today, what I did was I made some fish yesterday. What I'm gonna do today though, I'm making that rotel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm making that rotel. I took that ground beef, that ground turkey out, and it has unthawed. I'm making some rotel that's gonna last today and tomorrow for sure.
You know, I made chili yesterday. That chili was fire.
Oh, I bet. Would you put cheese and sour cream on it?
You know it. You know it.
You making me want to make some because I think about them green onions. I love green onions. I like to chop up and put on top of my chili too, with the
Yeah.
cheese and the sour cream.
And the bankhead bounce. Yeah, I like to put them on my eggs. Don't judge.
Green onions.
Mm-hmm.
I put it on anything, and I don't even chop them up a lot of times. I'll just take one, break it off, put it on the side of the plate, and just be biting it.
Wow. So I work at a private HBCU. They never close. So I'm happy. Yeah. Well, I work in the freight business and they never close, unfortunately. So we're going to see. We definitely going to see. He said, Hilda, that's just an omelet. Hey, man, I rock with it.
I like all onions.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Sam's and I got 2 big tall bags of onions. I got a real big bag of the sweet onions and a real big tall bag of the red onions.
Yes.
The red onions are really good in a salad, I promise.
Right. Any meat I can add onions and peppers on. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but Nip was that guy, fam. Nip was that guy. You know, he
Why do you think
collabed.
Nip was killed? Do you think it was some type of conspiracy or him and that dude it was just a freak thing, him and that dude got into it? Because you think that guy went there to kill him that day?
Yeah. Yeah. You ain't go.
Because he walked away and came back.
Well, he came from Long Beach to go get a chili burger 2 doors down from the Marathon store. You ain't come there for no chili burger, fam. I really believe that he was sent out by Big U because Big U couldn't get nothing out of Nip no more.
He was charging Nip?
Well, to a certain extent, yes, because he brought Nip to Steve Lobel in cinematic music. He was the one that put Nip on the scene, so he basically wanted to eat off Nip for, you know what I'm saying, ever. And they didn't have shootouts in their parking lot. A lot has happened between Big U Black Sam, and Nip. So yeah, I really believe that Big U sent out Eric Holder to get rid of Nip, and he did it. And he did it.
Because they said something about he got really pissed off when Nipsey said that he was not to hang around there no more because he was a snitch or something.
Yeah, he said you got your name in paperwork. There's some shit on your name, and he took that as a diss or whatever, and he walked off. He left. Came back, hit Nip like 2 times in the head with his firearm. Walked off, came back, hit him again. Walked off, came back, and kicked him. Nip let his security J-Rock off for the day. It was a Sunday. And yeah. Just like that. Just like that.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish when he shot Nip, I can't understand why those dudes around him didn't jump him. Like, why didn't they try to grab after the first shot? Like, they could have subdued him, couldn't they?
Well, them niggas was paid to look the other way. Them niggas wasn't gonna try to spread nothing with Big U.
They just know all them cameras was gonna zone in and get it like that because they totally was submissive to that dude. Like,
right.
I wish Nipsey had played dead or something because when he said something, he went back and shot him again.
I don't think Nipsey said nothing. Only thing Nipsey said was, "You got me." They said when he pulled that pistol out, Nip said, "You got him. You got me," and he let loose on Nip. That's when Ren Paul ran. He ended up shooting Nip. He shot one of the OGs that had just pulled up on Nip, and both of them was laid out. Ren Paul ran. Cowboy he said he was eating his lunch, so he was in the back. Just crazy. It was just crazy. There's a few females in the parking lot. They ran, but bruh just kept coming back. I guess he wanted to. Yeah. He hit him twice. Ran off, came back, hit him again.
Somebody must have told him to make sure he dead.
Yes, ran off and then kicked him in the head
to make sure he wouldn't move.
Yeah.
If this come up in the Big U trial, they might try to put it for the death penalty.
No, I think it will, and I don't have that on no type of substantiated facts. But I just in my heart of hearts, I believe that's gonna come up.
Because the guy who killed him, they say he pretty much done flipped out now in jail, hadn't he? So he might tell everything if he hadn't already.
Well,
or is he dead? Or did they kill him?
No, they didn't kill him. They beat his ass.
They kicked the shit out of him.
But they but yeah, he drove to a crazy house and turned himself in. That's how they got him. He drove to a mental hospital and turned himself in. But yeah, he was supposed to have they say he was supposed to have some type of meeting with LAPD to strategize on curbing gang violence. A lot of folks said it, that wasn't true or whatever. But Nip always had problems with the police. And the reason he had problems with the police is because he always had problems with Big U. Big U worked for the GRID program at the 77 precinct. He had a program that was supposed to curb violence and slow down gang culture, and he used it not the way he was supposed to, but the way that they wanted him to use it. And when they was done with him, you see what's happening. That's why Nip and them always was getting busted. Black Sam was always getting busted because this nigga had his hands in the pot the whole time. Yeah. So I think it was a setup, I believe. What his brother said, he barely speaks, so I respect that. Yeah, much respect to Black Sam. Them boys were nothing but some. We talk about Dolph being a hustler. Them niggas was nothing but hustlers, fam. And they
you charged with a lot of shit.
Yeah.
They've been quiet about his charges. Y'all think he telling on folks to try to get out?
No, I think folks telling on him.
Yeah, they better get rid of his ass.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be back. I'm gonna put y'all on mute right quick at the restaurant.
Big U been doing shit in LA. Foul shit in LA since the 80s.
Yeah.
So yeah, niggas is coming out the woodwork.
Yeah, and out of all people, you gonna go work with Rampart, and you know ain't nothing but crooks in Rampart.
Right. And if y'all remember, Dolph got a chain with Nipsey's face on it at one point in time. But yeah, they were very close connected. Boy, I tell you.
Yeah, it's a cold game how they play this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Said Big U charged with a lot of stuff. Yeah, he is. Yeah, them boys was hustlers, bruh. And then they had that they of Eritrean descent. Eritrean, and I think his mom is Creole. So they literally got it out the mud. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I really hope that when all of this stuff comes out, that they uncover the fact that Big U had his hands in this shit.
Yeah, them niggas that snitching on them gonna put it all out there. They don't want to go for life.
Right. Mm-hmm. Dolph and Nip was gonna open a dispensary. That's highly possible. You know, he had his own strand, Marathon OG. You know, so yeah, man. It's just crazy, man. Stan G, what it do? Salute to you. Hey, that interview with Rainwater funny hell. Oh man! Every time we get on him, he cut off. He cut off. Oh, well, that was a good interview though. We talked about it on my live stream the other night. But yeah, Nip was that guy, man. It was that guy. And I think that him and Dolph bounced a lot of ideas off each other. You know, two world-class guys, character-wise and whatnot. And they both should absolutely be here. Gone way too soon. Way too soon. Big U had... What? Man, get out of here. Hell nah. Yeah, for real. But you know, they had a whole bunch. Nip had a whole bunch of stuff lined up, man. Like he had the learning centers that he was doing. He had his hands on so many things, man. Nigga couldn't stand that. No. No, Big U didn't have Dolph hit. Big U had Nipsey hit, in my opinion. Yeah. I just feel like Dolph and Nip was kindred spirits and they worked well together. I think they only recorded one song. but they work well together. He gave back in South Central Los Angeles, Hyde Park. I know y'all got a Hyde Park in Memphis, but he gave back in Hyde Park and 59th, just like. Say what now?
Hyde Park, that's over there in the 60s.
Yeah, 59th. Mm-hmm. So he gave back big time. But Big U was so pissed off that, you brought this man to the table and you seeing him bloom like this. Kind of like when Quit said he brought Moneybagg Yo to the table and his investor said no. And then, you know what I'm saying, Moneybagg ended up doing what he did. He just couldn't live with the fact that this man was finna go. He just signed a deal with Atlantic. You know what I'm saying? He was finna do major shit, and he couldn't get none of it. And this had been a back and forth for years. I absolutely believe he sent somebody to get the job done. Mm-hmm. And we can't forget the live stream that Big U did when he was sitting up there with his partners and they was reading the comments and he read the comment "Justice for Nip," and them niggas, they looked at it and took a deep breath and just started laughing.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you know what? Didn't Wax say Big U had been saying that?
I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Look up Big U, Justice for Nip, and show that clip. It ain't nothing but like 5 seconds.
Big U, Justice for Nip. Oh, here it is right here. That's the same thing King Von did with remember when he did that interview about a day or so after what's the guy name that I liked in Chicago that they had hit? The big guy.
In Chicago?
Yeah, the one I liked so much, the real big tall guy, Duck. That's what they did. When they asked him about Duck, he said it was really hurtful, and then he said, "Hold on," they all bust out laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's 2 minutes.
They're saying like they're way that was too.
Remember they didn't want to let me in. They want to see me in the lesbian. They want to see me in the
You gotta promote this shit.
That's why I think about do that. I want to beat that nigga up.
This son should kill or kill, nigga. You did.
If you really fuck the nigga up, nigga gonna be taking it like nigga be taking that. Get your ass out of here. You don't know what you waiting on, though. You don't know what you waiting on. What you waiting on? You got to tell us what you waiting on.
Justice for them.
Your boy would have been there like, yeah,
that looked like the game standing back there behind him. But yeah, I mean that he definitely had something to do with it, or was glad that he was gone. That's messed up. So he expected for Nipsey to always pay him?
Yeah, it's extortion. Just like he expect niggas coming from other cities and other states to pay him when they come in for protection. It's all the check-in. All the check-in mantra applies. I brought you to the stage. You gonna cut me in. You gonna cut me in. Big U started his own record label after Nip died. And nothing happened. Nothing but what he on trial, he finna be on trial for now, is getting his son, best partner, knocked off. Yeah, Unique Music didn't do nothing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How that happen?
Well, Big U signed his brother. He signed his son's partner to a record deal, and they fell out. But you still want him to record the music. So, dude being petty, he recorded a diss song. He recorded a diss song on Big U. Big U put him out in Vegas on in a studio and an Airbnb and all this and whatnot, and dude wasn't taking advantage of it. Big U came out to Vegas and knocked him off. Yeah.
So he started giving out those toys, but they said there was some corruption in that. The folks, he must knew that the feds was getting ready to come and get him at that time.
All right. But that's what sent them for him when he knocked off his own artist.
He must have did it for the insurance money.
No, that didn't go nowhere. Now he was pissed off at that boy because that boy basically used his own money to record it. He used Big U money to record a diss song by Big U, you know. And then that's the only song he did. The rest of the time he was just out in Vegas chilling on Big U dime. Big U took a 2-hour trip, got bro out the studio, took him to a spot in the desert, dome shot him, and left him on the side of the road.
Oh my God. He was that bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, somebody must have told on him.
You know the movie Friday, they said that Debo, that character is based off of Big U.
Wow. Wow. Well, also he wanted to exert fear. You know, you do somebody like that because they ain't doing what you want them to do.
That was his game the whole time. The only reason you hadn't heard of Big U during the Death Row days because Big U was locked up. He got locked up in, I think, Minnesota. And that whole Death Row era, he was locked up. But as soon as they ended up, you know what I'm saying, Death Row ran course and disbanded, Big U got released. Big U got released. He you know what I'm saying, reestablished himself on the turf, and Nipsey came about, and he found Nipsey through his nephew. Mm-hmm. But Big U had been a bully since the 80s, knocking niggas out at the Bobby Brown concert.
Well, it was time for them to get him. It was long overdue.
Absolutely. So you think about all that time you've been running roughshod over people. Then you get up in age, and you basically start working with the police. Man got so many. He got so many folks lined up ready to tell his dirty laundry, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Then something happened to one of his sons recently?
Nah.
I thought they said one of Big U sons got killed recently.
No, his son, homeboy, got killed. That's what I was just telling you about. Oh, it could be. I don't know. Let's see.
I think they said it was Big U son. I'm getting ready to look it up.
You may be right.
Son of former rap exec Eugene U. Henley killed November 3rd, 2025.
Damn, okay.
Jabari Henley, 34 years old.
Damn. He got one son, deceased, and one son to play for the Chargers.
And so that happened since he been locked up.
Right. And it's so crazy about his son, homeboy. He took that boy under his wing and was in good with the family and everything. Unalived that boy and ceased all contact with the family.
I bet the family knew immediately then when he ceased all contact.
Absolutely.
That's so sad. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Because the boy probably was his damn son's age.
Yeah,
his son.
Yeah, they went to high school together. That's why he couldn't. That's why I feel like he wasn't gonna tolerate the disrespect.
But he was looking docile when they arrested his ass, though, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you talking about when Doc went to LA and got hemmed up dealing with Reggie Wright? You think Big U had something to do with that, Ed? Yeah, but that's crazy, man. But you done had a crazy, tumultuous life. He didn't cause a lot of stress and strain for folks, and it look like he getting it all back on the back end.
It's his time, ain't it?
Right. Absolutely.
He getting it back with interest.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about, bro was so cold. He was on police salary. They gave him a crazy salary too, just to keep tabs on.
Had him on salary.
Yes, I told you he had a situation called the Grid program, funded by the police. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah. It was the GRID program, gang reduction and youth development. And they paid him for years. You don't like somebody, you just Turn that information over. Nigga had he had Black Sam arrested on his birthday. He was a cold piece.
So even after Nipsey died, he was still messing with Big Sam. Well, now Nipsey brother's name is Black Sam. Right?
Black Sam, yeah. After Nipsey died, he pretty much removed himself from the whole situation. Which that raises ears and eyebrows as well, you know. But to be perfectly honest, he didn't have nobody else to deal with. Black Sam could not stand Big U, period. So it wasn't nobody else for him to communicate with, except for Nip baby mama, which I think him and Nip baby mother are related. Mm-hmm. Right. So, yeah, that Big U trial gonna be crazy, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You got
Eric Holder has already been.
Yeah, Eric Holder got a whole bunch of years. He done. Eric Holder already done. But you got this Big U trial where he on trial with I think anywhere from 5 to 8 other guys, including Brick Baby and Loose Cannon. And that's gonna be crazy. I think it just came out that Loose Cannon will be cooperating. So if you know Loose Cannon, then you know that is not a surprise. That is not a surprise. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Black Sam was his best friend. Definitely his best friend. And just to go back to what we were talking about doing the review of Hidden Colors, you know, you go off of what you see. You don't aspire to be more because you don't see more. You don't see any inspiration around you to say that, hey, they did it, I can do it. When Nip was in his late teens, him and Black Sam went back to Eritrea with their dad. And I think they spent a summer over there. And it was so eye-opening. I think that's what changed Nipsey's life and had a renewed focus to where he could come back and be the Nipsey that we knew. Real talk. Yeah. Yeah, they asked him for 600 years, fam. That's crazy.
It ain't no telling what all they ain't got on Big U. They probably been watching him for years. Folks been giving all types of intel. Because see, when people are afraid of you, they will work quietly with the police and they be right up under you for many years.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What you think they're gonna do to Dirk? They said Brick Baby said Dirk has gotten real quiet, but they talking like they ain't got nothing on Dirk. They're gonna have to let him go.
I don't know. There's so much information and misinformation that you really don't know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that makes sense, Ed. That makes a whole lot of sense. Facts. But I don't know. It's not looking good. I don't think it is. But you got Drew Finland fighting for Dirk. And that is something to be said about Drew Finland. You know, he brings results. And so if it's somebody that could find a loophole or a way out, I think he could find one. He working with Melly too, so he got his hands full. Melly just got his tampering charges dropped, so that's I think that's a look in the right direction for him. But I mean, just to be perfectly honest, Melly did that shit, fam. Melly did that shit. Hell no. You're not gonna tell me that boy need help. That boy need help.
He said, Big, you damn near 60.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a 20 piece is life for him, really.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's done so. It's done so. So when he was riding around the city begging for help and talking about they love to do this to a black man. Listen, you cool.
How many black men he done took away from their kids?
Mm-hmm.
Or robbed them their future? Because who's to say that little boy that he killed didn't have, and him being a father, what kind of person is he? You done grew up, this is a child to you. He done grew up around your child in your house.
Exactly. Yeah, something wrong with that.
So how did that get out? Somebody told that he did that. They had to have, right? Because that's what he was arrested for.
Well, he took all the cameras down in the studio. The people in the studio said that he left and came back sweating. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, they talked. He messed with the cameras, and you rent the studio. You don't own that studio. So feds get involved. People start cracking. Yeah, Melly don't go to court the next year. That tampering charge that he had on him was supposed to start this year, but it got dropped. So his possible NBA YoungBoy gets caught with guns and Trump pardoned him. Well, he also got caught running a prescription scheme and paid $25,000 and got out of it. Who was his lawyer? Drew Finland. So yeah, it's definitely possible.
So is that what you call his lawyer too?
Mm-hmm.
Drake's. I mean, not Drake's, but Dirk's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Dolph put Drew Finland on the map. Now all of a sudden, him and Brian Steele, they got the whole hip hop culture. They hip hop lawyers now.
Right. That means that they got some people in their pocket. So they basically charging all that money because they got to go probably grease the palms of some judges and prosecutors' hands.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. You can't forget Manny Aurora. Manny Aurora, you're a hip hop lawyer too, fam.
Mm-hmm.
Mister, I did it out the kindness of my heart.
I never believe that.
Right, me neither. We find one case per year that we feel like is deserving, and we do it pro bono.
After Quid had already put up how much he paid for their hotels.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, I tell you, it's a cold game. Mm-hmm. Making millions off them rappers. Well, I tell you, there's a whole ecosystem set up to drain rappers.
But they make it so easy.
Yeah, they do. Because they gotta go to them. If you want any status in the game, when you get to that level, you're going to have Brian Steele or Finley. You go in the ice box and get outfitted with the latest kit. Man, come on, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Dolph coined him the $1 million lawyer. Absolutely.
Sure did. After he got shot, that was that lawyer when he got in the car with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen Brian Steele pulling up with Thug in a drop top. And gave that man all his property back. They needed to. So a lot of folks coming up deceased while Dirk locked up. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Not a surprise. Man, Scooby Cuts put a picture up of our man. He put a picture up of Quet when he was in court, and he said, "Lord, I hope I don't never get this ugly when I get old." I said, "Damn, that's crazy." Man, you look at Quet. Man, Quet was wasting away. He thought it was over with. See, now, a year later, my boy done put that weight back on. He looking like 2019 Quet. Do you think, homie? Yes, indeed. Yeah. Said a couple of times I thought Brian was going to jail behind Thug. Brian told him, lock me up with Thug. Matter of fact. Yes, indeed. Yeah, bro was skin and bone, literally skin and bone. Shit. He beat that shit. Bro drinking them Sprites, eating good. He back outside. I tell you. He said, "Big, you was slow." He got charged with contempt or something, and said he want to be with Thug. Yeah, he got charged with contempt. So he said, "I'm not giving up my source." So you gonna give it up, or you gonna be held in contempt and locked up? Well, lock me up with Thug. Lock me up with Jeffrey, and we can go over our strategy. Hey, man, I might have to tip him on top of everything I'm giving him. Man, Brian Steele was 10 toes down. Now, whatever they had him for in the Diddy trial, I don't know. But in the Jeffrey Williams trial, man, Brian Steele held it down and then some. And then some. Shout out to him. Then they able to pull up on them folks and get $250,000 jewelry, cars, and everything else. Boy, get your stuff back, Thug. You may not never rap again, but go get your stuff back. I think rapping is done for Thug. Thug, he lost his identity behind that wall. Everybody telling him getting in his feelings. I think it was over from Thug from that point on. Mm-hmm. Some of them dudes that are unalive, 8 not in Dirk camp or trial. Okay. Said Drew in with Trump. Yeah. That's a way. That's a way. That's a way for him. Man, I seen YoungBoy, they interviewed YoungBoy and asked him why he named his tour Massa or Make America Slime Again. And he said he was just aligning with anything that had to do with Trump. I guess that was his way of paying homage for Trump, for doing him a favor. You know what I'm saying? Said Thug stealing Mariah's energy and clothes now. Boy, what you said? Oh, boy. That man was so hurt behind Mariah. She She left and it was over with. It was over with. And Melly good, then Dirk is too. Man, oof. I don't know. We're gonna see. That Melly shit damn near open and shut. And Portland dumb as hell for taking them bodies to the hospital. Rest in peace to Juve and Sack. But he dumb as hell for taking them bodies to the hospital. Thinking you gonna go in there, hey, no, somebody shot at us and hit them. These folk got technology. Man. These folk got technology to find out anything they want to. And you gonna pull up at the hospital with two? Nah. I wouldn't have did it. If anything, I'd have put me some gas on a bottle and stuck a rag in it and set it on fire and threw it in that car. And that's just me. I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but if I'm put in that predicament, yeah, I'm doing something like that over taking that damn car to the hospital with them bodies in it. That was dumbest shit ever. Yeah, Borland was a follower. That's what got him caught up. No. And just to be honest with you, I mean, Melly, he had his situation going on with Sack Chaser. Sack Chaser was a horrible human being. Sack Chaser, he damn near tormented Melly, So I understand why Melly allegedly did what he did. I think Juvie just may have been a casualty of war. Just being perfectly honest. When you torment a man like that, you know what I'm saying? You trying to shoot your shot at his mama, you trying to shoot your shot at his old lady, you deboing him in his own house. Yeah. Something gotta give. We just can't tell this nigga he cut off. Hey bro, you gotta leave. Bro. What you think he gonna do? Shit. So he knew what it was. He had to put that M game down. But they should have did that without Chris around. They should have did that without Juvie around. For real talk. So that's crazy. They didn't have that boy enough forever. Just imagine waiting that long. How many years they didn't have Melly locked up? Melly been locked up since what, 18 or 19? Damn. So that was makeup. Man, listen. Sitting behind the wall that long is just crazy as hell. Right then, called us to a massa after the party. Yeah. And massa is crazy to me. That's crazy to me. I don't know. No, man. But yeah, I feel like all of these boys, everybody on trial, I think Dirk got a chance. I don't know about Melly. Y'all say Melly got a chance, but I honestly don't know. Dirk got a chance. Yellow Beezy put his mom to sleep. Let me rephrase. Poor choice of words. Yellow Beezy sent his mom off yesterday. They had a funeral. Pretty sad event, and it looked like Yellow Beezy was honestly crushed by this whole situation. I really feel like public opinion might be swayed because of this Toy Yellow Beezy. Rest in peace to his mom. But I feel like he got a chance too. I think he got a good chance, just depending on what his co-conspirators say. He got a chance. We just got to wait for it to play out. What's up, Mac?
What going on, Hilda? What's up, Miss T?
What's up? What's going on?
How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Good.
That's what's up. That's good. I just joined. I just came up and speak to you. Let's join in on the talk.
Okay. You enjoyed the documentary earlier?
Yeah. You took up at the history class. We was in history class on that one. I like that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. You know
That's
what
a
I'm
lot of
saying?
history that they don't want you to know about.
Oh yeah. You got to know thyself. You know what I'm saying? That's
Mm-hmm.
you know. Yeah. I like that. That's that real talk right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's real talk.
Yeah, that real. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't be
I
afraid
like
of
I
You said
like
what
what
now?
I said. I like what that lady had said. We be talking about unity all the time. We just gotta have the same idea. If we all had the same idea, we'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, you ain't gotta be in the same city or the same area or the same facility to be on the same page, to have the same idea, same mindset. You know what I'm saying? So that was that was real powerful. I like that.
Mm-hmm. We always talking about fighting and going to war, but we got to know, like you said, what to fight.
Mm-hmm.
We
What
be
we're
caught
up
up.
against.
We be caught up on trying to be the smartest in the room around a bunch of our own people.
Mm-hmm.
Sure
Moving
do.
in unison.
Nah. Yeah, you right though. Yeah, you right. Gotta listen to each other, learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? You don't never know enough to not want to learn more. You know what I'm saying? There's always
Right.
something new you can learn.
And what about sacrificing your ego for the greater good? That's our problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta put that to the side.
Yeah.
Gotta put that to the side. And it be times like you have to sacrifice something for the better. And when you get through them dark clouds and them dark rainy days, it'd be like, dang, but if you would have been selfish with your decision, you probably would have got held further behind. But sometimes you gotta let go and renew your mind and really stay strong, man. And keep applying yourself. Never give up. You know what I'm saying? You'll get through it. Real.
Thanks.
Mid T. Mid T anything. Mid T anything. For real.
Mm-hmm.
You know
We've
what
been
I'm
on
saying?
here almost 5 hours. Here you
Ain't
said
no
we
way.
done did another marathon today.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad
I appreciate the cash apps. I
oh,
mean not the cash apps, but the super stickers.
oh,
Ace.
for sure, for sure. Support, I gotta get over there to Hilton now. They're about to last. I gotta catch a catch a hitter live. I gotta catch my guy, man. I had missed him yesterday. I was, man, just excited. You know what I'm saying? Living the moment. You make me wanna shout, throw my hands up and shout. Hey, but yeah, man. Yep.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you 100 for real.
Oh, for sure, man. Sure, it's all love,
Yes,
man.
indeed.
I think it's a great thing. Ever since even the passing of Dolph, a lot of people came together and real talk with Tamara did been doing her thing, holding it down, and it brought a lot of people together to the point everybody flourishing in their own way, and I like to see that. I really like to see that, for real.
Absolutely.
No matter where you from, like, you know what I'm saying. Everybody on that same like mind idea, man. We can really make a lot. We can move something. We can move something for real.
We can make it shake. Definitely make it shake.
Yep. And like when T was playing, like y'all was saying earlier, like if we do get our villages together and fill them up, they gonna come to it now. So it's more of we can move in silent. We ain't gotta be all loud and shouting. No, we can do it with action, but we ain't gotta be all boastful about it. Just do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I
Or
look
when
at it.
when it is built up, like if we stand in unity and they know that there are repercussions behind it. Everybody is gonna stand together. Can't nobody be bought out. You don't see that happening. They're gonna know they're not gonna want to pay the consequences.
Right. You right about
Neil
that.
truly an inspiration for Black people for content unity. Damn, we try. We try. We just we mess with each other content, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we try to move close.
Yeah, man, you just gravitate what you like, you know what I'm saying? Real recognize real, and that's what it's about. You can, man, we all have the resources to utilize and latch on to whatever you want to latch on to, man. But I'm just the type of person, I'm a believer of righteousness and not being led into a burning building or off a cliff. So I ain't with all the weird, stuff. I just support the real.
Hey, me and Tam, we don't agree all the time.
Right,
you know
right.
We don't agree all the time, but we can be cordial with it. Like
right.
About how cute Justin Johnson is and CEO Jill, knowing these boys is some pistoliers for real.
T know some of them boys just needed a hug and some of them breasts on their head and rub their head and kiss their forehead. Say it'll be all right. Some of them don't get that though. Sometimes it be too late. Sometimes them T you can't make it with that hug and them breasts and I say kiss that forehead. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes they need that, bro, and that be sad. Sometimes it be too late to. You know what I'm saying? Really realize, man, you didn't have to go down that road. You know what I'm saying? Justin, bro, he had the same potential. He had some potential to not to go down that road, man. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Like I say, he got my last name. So when I see, like, I wouldn't be in a situation, but I look at it like, dang, that's like one of my brothers. That's like another brother gone lost in the system because he was influenced. He was influenced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit. You don't know how.
Although he knew better, but
Yep.
he was wrongly influenced.
You don't know how deep the influence get until you see a young nigga doing life and ain't have life.
Dang,
Even
boy.
you ain't have to do life.
Yeah, man. You buried alive, man.
You believe in the gangster shit in the street so much that you kept your mouth shut and you sat up there. You wouldn't tell them folks who sent you out, and that's cool. If you want to be a street nigga and stomp down, that's cool. But you're gonna die now. And the fact that you would rather die behind the walls, man,
it ain't worth it. Real talk.
It is ignorant.
Yeah.
You'll never get no record deal.
You can't get that time back. It's just certain things money can't buy. Like money can buy happiness in certain things, but when it comes to missing time with your kids or just missing time having yourself together, you know what I'm saying? Getting ahead of the game, just being here as a man that your family needs you, man. Our family need us, bro. When it not on no obligated type of stuff, but when it comes to a helping hand, you know what I'm saying? It could be information.
No, you obligated to be a priest, a prophet, and a provider for your family. And when a nigga leave his baby out on the street because he is a gangster and he believe in that more than he believe in being a family man and raising your kids, something wrong with you.
Yeah, something wrong with you. But I'm saying like obligated to like other family, like yeah. When it comes to your kids, that's mandatory. But I'm saying like anything outside of the nest that you built, that's like okay, that's just the heart. Like okay, you gonna make sure your mama straight. You gonna make sure sister, even though they don't need it, but they're just here you go. You know what I'm saying? That's just what real. That's how it's supposed to be. Real. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta ask me for nothing. Nah, here you go. You feel me? I love you. Keep it moving. Yeah, man. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, man, I feel you on that, Hilda. Man, you gotta take care of your responsibility, man. You know what I'm saying? These kids ain't asked to be here, and you just gotta be there. Like, yeah, you can buy them things, but you still gotta be there. You know what I'm saying? Because they need that. You know what I'm saying? And when I learned that, go ahead, Hilda.
And his baby not gonna want for nothing. He's not gonna want for nothing. The same folk that taking care of him is gonna take care of her. But the simple fact that you're not present in her life is gonna leave a void. So that's gonna leave a space for any knucklehead, cuckabug head, in camera words, to step in and take whatever is being given to her by whoever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The void I have in her life is gonna have her left wanting. And man, listen, you can't put a price on having a man raise his daughter or a man raise his son. You just can't put a price on it, fam.
Nah, you can't, and you can't come between it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't never come between. You know what I'm saying? A relationship with a child and a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like that just, that just ain't your say so. You know, all you can do is just support it and be positive about it. And that's just for people that's out there. Being stepfathers and stepmothers and stuff. Yeah. So
Real talk, man. You better preach.
shit, real talk. Never get in the way of that. I don't care what. Ain't got nothing to do with me. All I could do is carry myself in a way to the point them kids look up to me and they ain't got nothing bad to say about old Mac, man. They just, he alright. You feel me? But your spirit gonna tell it all. You know what I'm saying? Your spirit, people, you go around people, they okay, he come by anytime. You know what I'm saying? The dog in the house gonna lick your palm and run away. Them dog mid T guy, I pull up, they gonna lick my palm and won't even bark. That spirit. Yeah, man. You gotta have that good energy on you.
What you say? Nah, but dogs can't tell that you got a good spirit or not. Real talk.
Hey, Hilda, I can see you now. Hilda, I can see you now, man. Somebody come to your door, Hilda, your dog keep barking. You like, man, what's up with you, man?
That's real. What you
Real.
on, family?
What you just got done doing?
That's
Yeah.
facts. Yeah, the fact that this man was willing to leave his daughter behind, his woman behind.
Who you talking about, Hilda? So I'll be on the same page.
I'm talking about straight drop.
Oh, straight drop. Okay.
Yeah, the fact that this man willing to leave his woman and his baby behind and go do this dumb shit, man.
And then after he did it, he went and got it, baby, getting in the elevator. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, you just took this man from his family. You know what I'm saying? And there you go. That probably your last time hold your little baby hand, getting in the elevator, bro. You tripping with them pants hanging off your behind, man. Come on, bro.
And my nigga, you wore the same fit for 3 days.
Bro, that was crazy. Like, come on, man. Come on,
like,
man.
Damn, man.
You know what I'm saying? My mama, one thing about her, she was big on, boy, pull them pants up, put a belt on, put a rope in that mother. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't playing it. My pants gonna be up.
If you gonna drill in that fit, you need to burn that fit.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all I'm saying. And you don't need to be wearing it 2 and 3 days beforehand. This man had the same fit on when he picked up the car, when he came back. 3 days straight, he had this fit on. That's crazy.
He went into that shock mode, depressed, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, didn't want to probably watch it behind. You feel me? Like, man, bro, you took Dolph, man. Y'all took Dolph out of here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shit, and that, nah, man. I don't know. They should be ashamed for what they done, bro. Like, real talk. And they gonna eat them up too. They eating them up now. And Cornelia and Hilda, I don't care what nobody say. Cornelia, go ahead, land your plane.
Every time we have a good time, a good dialogue, and Tam, I don't know what Tam is. She ran somewhere. But every time we have a good dialogue, a good live stream together, there's always
That's that same person.
a serpent in the bushes. There's always a reptile.
And then as soon as I pop up too, so that I know, like, yeah, man.
God help you.
That same person.
Get some help.
McDonald's got an opportunity for you. Like MJ said.
Real talk.
Man, but sure. Man, them people, man, hey, they can't touch us, man. But when they can't touch us, they can't stay in the bushes. So they gonna have to come out. But it's all good. I mean, shit, like the good word say, hell, we love y'all too. We love y'all too.
And you know
You
what's
keep it
so
moving.
crazy? You know what's so crazy about it? It's a different account, but it's the same ignorant
Person.
remedial.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. It's the same ignorant remedial, just dumb writing. The writing on this is so dumb. Like, fam, find something to do. We tell ourselves we ain't messing with nobody, fam. Go find you some business.
Real.
Every week. We don't do this number once a week, but some way, somehow, you find a way to shape ship your dumb ass and come to this channel and hate. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Man, salute to the hitter, man. Hit squad in the building, man. Where the
Absolutely.
horns at, man?
Come on, man. Let's get it.
Oh, man, if you move wrong, nigga, you gonna get out the way. Forget you
Come
talking
on,
about,
man.
man. Hey, don't man, that's what my God, man. That's why we do this, man.
Man, like now, we don't mess with nobody, fam.
Nah,
We don't
man.
mess with nobody. You know what I'm
We really,
saying?
really be having some good talk, man. We had some gold moments on these platforms. Just keeping it
For
real.
real. That's a
I'm just
modest.
keeping it real.
Why you gotta pop out like that? There's a modest number of people in the chat. It ain't 300, 400 people in the chat. It's 60 people in the chat. And you come over here with that bullshit. Lord have mercy.
Sure.
I tell you.
Man, leave. Next time you hate, man, put a super sticker. Put it in the super sticker, man.
Yeah,
Shit.
turn it green. Turn it.
Man, turn it up, man. Shit.
If you gonna hate, turn it red. Put a hundo on
Real,
it.
real talk. Nah, for real. Nah, that's
Put a
real
hundo
talk.
on it if you gonna hate and you want to be seen, and proofread, fam. Proofread, please. We want to know how to address the hate, and we want to be able to read it legibly. This shit here is crazy.
He gonna give you the rough draft off the top.
Yeah.
Damn. Man, shout out to Real Talk with Tamara, man. Hilda.
Yeah.
Real, man. Miss Hilda really don't be, Miss T, she really don't be bothering nobody, man. She just get up here,
That's it.
and we have real talk, man. And that's just what it is. And it always been like that. That lady ain't never, what I'm saying, led us down the wrong path or nothing. Shit, man, T, man, we had some gold moments over here, man. If you don't
Crazy,
like it, keep it moving.
crazy part about it, if you really just set up and ask whoever that is doing that wild ass typing, why are you mad? I don't think they could tell you. I don't think they could tell you. Like, for real.
It been people told me plenty of time, Hilda, man, Mac, you be different over there on real, man. That auntie, man, I act like I got some shit, man. Fall in, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't without. You feel me? I ain't finna turn up on auntie like that. Hey, come on, man. There's a time, place for everything. But no, man, we over here, man. We proper over here for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But yeah, Hilda, what's up though, man? Shoot, what's else on the table, man? I seen Yellow, man. That was touching, man. That was touching. You know what I'm saying? Seeing him,
It was.
it was touching. I'm gonna keep it real. That was the only thing, You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dang, I hope he can, get past this and. If I know this shocked him anyway, going through what he was going through before, you know what I'm saying, then losing your mom. I hope he can just get out this situation and learn from it and hey, go on by his life. For real.
Yeah, he'll never get over losing his mom. Never.
Yeah, no, you can't replace that.
You know what I'm saying? When the person that give you your life lose their life, it hit different.
Yeah.
It hit different. You'll never be the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
They made him a grown man real quick. That's what I see. They made him easily a
absolutely.
grown man.
You know that that's your support system. That's who you
Yeah.
bounce all the stuff off of that you can't talk about with your partners.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we send prayers up for Miss Kim and Yellow Beezy and the Conway family and the Jones family.
Real
So
talk, man. You know, that's real. That's real.
he said, man, drop solid hitter. He was wrong, but he did it the right way. He didn't drag nobody else down with him. No, you're right. Nah,
Yeah,
you're absolutely right.
he took it on
You're
the
absolutely
chin.
right. But that type of thinking is crazy.
Yeah, that's how they look at it. Like, you know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I mean, we understand you ain't gonna keep it solid, but at least have some type of remorse. You know what I'm saying?
No,
He ain't you don't
it's
go
just
ahead.
the fact that my whole issue with this is that you put your whole family on the back burner for this. You ain't have to rat on those that was involved, but
Right.
that you even chose to go this route is crazy. I mean, you can be solid and be a damn fool at the same time.
Mm-hmm. No,
Just,
yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Dang, thinking, believing on false dreams and false hope in that situation.
Yeah, he did what he was supposed to do as far as take his lick and go sit down.
Yeah.
But damn, why even do what you did to have to go sit down? Is my problem that I have with it.
Didn't even have to go that route. I mean, your
No,
music was jumping. He was already popping with the music, bro. Like, you didn't even have to be out there, man. He shouldn't been outside. He shouldn't been out there like that, man. But it was already in him. He already it was in him. You feel me? Like, no matter if he had the music going, the money going. You know what I'm saying? I just look at it like, bro, you didn't hit up a bowling alley, man. You would hit up a cookie shop or a mall or anything like that. And that's how they looking at it. You
man,
feel me?
what is Tamara doing?
I don't know what meant to you though.
Like
But ain't
for
that
real?
but ain't that right here though? Ain't that right though?
Trying to keep the dogs calmed down.
Okay. Hey, you see them folks struck again, right?
Huh?
You see them folks struck again.
What
The
folks?
they can't be this dumb. I think they type these comments like this, kind of like when back in the days when the serial killers used to leave notes and they'll leave them, you know what I'm saying, with bad grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Still
Yeah.
white the same.
So y'all evil. So basically, this is what they trying to say. Y'all evil and divisive. Channel gonna be shut down real soon. Y'all ain't talking about stuff right for them kids to be watching. And your ass. We also gonna be looking into y'all offline and file them reports. Crew here know that.
I don't know that this kind of sound familiar.
Mm-hmm. Same people from the other day.
Yeah, that's the same. That's the same folk from last week, and I'm like, damn,
Kind of
what
sound like
is
some
wrong with y'all?
vlogger to me.
There ain't no telling.
Yeah, man. Weirdo.
Mm-hmm. Definitely that.
The wording of it, it sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm. You and nigga ain't stupid. You type like that, so
Man,
that
go ahead.
hold up. You type like that so that could go to reporting your ass online. No, we didn't say that. We said this weird shit right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why they want to shut down the channel? It ain't number like 50 folks on here.
You gave a whole history lesson.
So why they want to shut down the channel that ain't said nothing about them?
Yeah, man. This ain't for the kids. And plus you gave a whole history lesson. You be giving back gems and jewels of the roots and all kinds of good stuff. What they talking about? They just hating. They just hating on you. They just hating on you.
Anyway.
Yeah, y'all can't come up and nah.
That's wild. That's wild.
You said it took a life sentence with a smile. It don't get no gangster than that. He accepted what he signed up for. I mean, yeah, he was trying to get out the situation, but he seen he couldn't make it out. So it is what it is.
You good, Justin? You good, Justin? No, but he a damn fool for signing up for that. That's crazy. Especially if what holds true that you were doing this to get signed, you gotta be the dumbest in rap history.
To go and then living in prison and jail more expensive than anything. You know what I'm saying? A pack of cigarettes $100. I'm just saying.
But he ain't
Man.
paying for it.
Huh?
He ain't paying for it.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah, CMG.
They finna toast this nigga and his family for the rest of their life.
Yeah, yeah. They put up. Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
And Rose, you already know. And I don't know who the they is. Just know that they taking care of him good.
Especially the way I seen the pictures I've been seeing and shit. Nah, I'll be surprised. That boy got a PS5 in his cell, man.
Yeah,
I'm just keeping it because that's what going on.
We got a PS5, a mini fridge, and a 42-inch.
Man, cause them guards already know he ain't going nowhere. Don't just, you know what I'm saying? It's a whole world, man. They not even telling, you know what I'm saying? Some stuff they not even report. You know what I'm saying?
Bro got blackout curtains on his cell bars and everything.
Make these niggas comfortable as they can so they won't mess with us. But he at the big house, them folks, they coming in there with them rifle, man. TDOC don't play, man. And no what, but I'm just saying, it's a different ball game. Them men with them bulletproof vests on. That ain't just like no normal CO. You know what I'm saying? It's a different ball game. But yeah, man. Nah, man, that ain't the life. That is not the life.
And Emerald, you right. Taking care of them kids, taking care of him, gonna run out eventually. Whether it's 10 years from now or 30 years from now, it's gonna run out.
Oh
yeah, that's what is one of them gonna do? Because I'm willing to bet ain't no house paid for cash.
No.
Because they got to insure some insurance. If it is, it's in somebody else's name.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man. That's crazy work.
But that gets old too. It do.
Right.
Yeah. They get old, people move on, people let go, people pass away, most of them, man.
People have slumps, people have droughts. People lose money and can't afford to do what they used to do. So, you know.
They keeping secrets, don't want to tell you.
and buying a house, yeah, that, you know, whatever they got is rented because, you know, buying them a house and putting it in their name is providing security. And we ain't securing you like that now. We want it to be where if anything go wrong, we can snatch this shit up out from under you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We'll send you some envelopes and some noodles and drawing pads and shit. We got you on that.
And aside for that, you know, it's good to keep our thumb on your folks so we always know where they at.
That's
in
crazy.
case you decide you want to get a little weird.
Absolutely.
Said something, didn't he?
We know where everybody at. And you think Migo Daddy left here from eating shellfish? Yeah. Yo, catch your ass at a Chili's. Catch your folks at a Chili's. And they didn't ate a damn bourbon steak and shrimp. And yeah.
Yeah, man. That's
When you go against the grain.
for real. Just died and being the homeless and shit, man.
Yeah. There's some weird stuff that can happen when you go against the grain.
He really looks stressed by the eyes to me. I'm telling you, like, it ain't nothing. Like somebody had posted in the comments, it seemed like to me he doing real good. You know, he ain't tell his folks taken care of. It looked like he living a life. No, you think that's living a life? You got to stay behind bars for the rest of your young life. Be quiet. For the rest of your young life, you can't participate in nothing. You can't raise your daughter from behind bars. You can't see her in nothing. You can see pictures if you still alive. And then there's a jungle back there. There's no telling what might subject to happen.
For real.
It's not even good for animals to be locked up. It breaks their spirit. That's why
it's inhumane.
I know I talk about animals all the time. That's why, like, when whales and stuff, when they go and take them in water world, they're supposed to be out in the ocean. When they start to get depressed, they die or they start drowning. The trainers, they take them and take them underwater and drain them. They start flipping out. It ain't good to be locked up, let alone for a damn human.
Yeah, it's inhumane. It's inhumane for real, Miss T. I mean, but
that's why you got Onan looking like he's in his 60s now. Honestly,
dang.
No, before you do it, let me send you mine.
And I ain't gonna lie like that, man. Hey, man, God gonna spend a block on you, man. You can't be doing bad out here, man. And nah, he gonna spend a block on you. I ain't gonna even blame it on God. It be some people be walking with the devil.
Check out the one I just sent you. I cleaned it up a little bit for you.
Can you pull in the back, or I need to pull
I sent it to you in the inbox.
Okay.
Man, Dalton lying on Dolphin. Dalton Kane sat him down. He in the freezer box. He in the U-Haul truck. Man, all that lying ass shit, man. Screw my language, man. See, that just made me mad.
They say he was on a U-Haul then. Did they say he was on a U-Haul?
You know what? Man.
It's blood on turkeys.
Man. They ran through the back. They did this. They did that. God dang, man. Shit. I mean, I know when it first happened, we didn't know what happened, but come on, man. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Dang. That's crazy. Now he backed up phone closed.
Gang.
Rock man doing laundry and shit. Running shit in there, holding the remote, Mitty. Got the remote in the pod and running the pod and shit. That's crazy.
I tell you, he looks like he's in his 60s. Look like he's in his 60s.
I'm just saying. Yeah, they got
skills will find you out.
Yeah, man. Dalton split the ball.
Send me that straight drop one. Do we see it got or do I did you download that straight drop when I gotta pull it up on the video?
Hey, that was a good one, Hilda. Shout out to Hilda, man. Hilda got Hilda got some man. A Pokemon card can never, man. Hilda got them Pokeballs over there in the catalog, man. For real.
You might have to pull that one up, see.
No, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I wish you could have got a club. I got it. I hope
you got it.
To look at his
Nah, that looked legit. That was pretty legit right there. Just like that picture right there, Hilda, that's legit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Our eyes ain't that. Nah, observation is everything. Nah, that boy.
Absolutely.
That dude is
Man,
27 years old and he looked like he's 37.
boy, he got a long ride, boy.
And he got forever to go.
Oh my goodness.
It's so sad.
They waiting on him.
But hey, Dolph can't get up out that grave though, can he?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Dang. Legacy live on, but dang. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I'm ready to see what Cornelia, what he do. You know what I'm saying? He need to get his spanking too. I'm ready. He need to go and get his spanking out the way too.
His lawyer been playing games because I was sitting in court the other day and I was listening to the prosecutor.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor was like, you know, shows when shows keep doing this, he anytime it's it's court day, he don't answer the phone no more. So it makes me believe maybe he waiting on all of his money. And so he went up there to the side bench and talked to the judge and he sat back down and he said, okay, the judge says this is the last time it's gonna happen. It ain't this right here ain't gonna happen no more.
Right, right. Yeah, they need to go and get him up out of there. You know what I'm saying? No straight drop. He already gone down the road. That's great. That's sad.
Throw them in Joe.
Can't feel sorry for him, but it's sad though, man. Like, bro, man, you threw your life away, man.
But I
You know what
think
I'm
at this
saying?
point, Cornelius out for revenge, and I ain't mad at him
Yep.
because he kind of did it to himself because he said that he did it for some money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They had to get somebody like that to go on a dummy and shit like that. I'm saying, and I don't care what nobody, man. Juke knew them folk were coming, and he was just like that DA and American Gangster was in the backyard and pulled that trigger.
Mac, who you think killed Juke? In your
Uh, see, man, we done heard a lot. So I don't know. From I done heard some people from his side say. We thinking some old legit niggas. They say it was some young niggas. I'm just saying, as far as the shooters, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, yeah. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I got love for certain brothers. I wouldn't even throw nobody on the bus. So, but I do. I thought it was some old niggas, and then when I talked to a certain member of certain things, and they were like, "Man, it really was some young nigga," because he cut me off. I was like, "Man, that had to be some old legit nigga." He was like, "Nah, man, them some young niggas."
Nah, I don't know who did that shit.
I don't know who did it yet either. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, that's all I keep it like that. You know, feel me? I know it wasn't just no old Mr. James and shit out there. That's all I'm gonna say. Real shit.
Know who did it?
Man, yeah.
That's
Keep
crazy.
keep it where it's at, man. T. We gonna keep that where it's at. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Gonna keep that where it's at. I just do feel like he knew that man, you gotta go. You gotta get out the way, bro. I just feel like that. Like, he knew they were coming. Like some people, he knew they were coming.
Yeah, that's just sad.
Yeah, it's real sad.
Didn't even have to come to all of that.
Court. Push that button on dog, man. Shit, nah, man. And then when the city keeps saying your name, I don't care who you is. When the city saying your name and you did something heinous, you in trouble. Ooh, yeah, that type of trouble. So go in that office and take that whooping like a man. That's how Memphis always been. You do something heinous, ooh, go and take that little whooping and get over with. That's crazy. Memphis big on that. For real.
Yeah, what it is, man. It's sad.
Sad. Man, got it over there in Dubai. Man, so I ain't coming back, y'all. I ain't coming back. Dang. Boy, you lying. Got it in the States right now somewhere. He been doing it long though. I ain't gonna lie, Hilda. He been in the game a long time.
Yeah.
He done seen enough for real.
Oh, they said Nipsey contract was about to end.
I don't know. He had just went into a partnership with Atlantic, so that was a brand new deal. That was his first album on Atlantic, so I'm not sure about a contract about to end. Yeah. All Money In and Atlantic had just entered a partnership, and Victory Lap was the first album. And so I don't know about a contract about to come to an end.
Damn. Nip was a little. He had a little. He was a little bossy though. He was a little boss. I seen him. He was cool though. I liked the Nip, man. He stood on business, but he was a little bossy, man.
What you mean by bossy?
I mean, he'll talk bad to you. That's all I'm saying. He'll talk bad to you.
You talking about when the dude, when him and the gal came
That's
out
in it. No, I seen him talk bad to a few people. Not just not him. Not just him. But I'm just saying, he had a mean mouthpiece on him. And I learned that right there gets you out the game quick too, man. Talking bad. I'm just keeping it real.
Nip was
Who had a
always
mouthpiece on him, Ace?
Nip, cool. He stood on business, but he gon' stand on business when it come to putting you in your place. You know what I'm saying? He had a mouthpiece on him. You know what I'm saying? He gonna make a man go get that 38 special and come back and see him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it
That
real.
wasn't the case when he got killed though.
No,
Man.
I know. But but that's the shooter though. Hell, they say. I mean, if this man the one took you out and you didn't call him out his name and get your snitch on, get on right from here, and he leave and he come back and then do that.
Nah, he said clear that up and you welcome back on the lot. What happened?
Okay.
Yeah, what happened was this man came. He was sent, Mac. He was sent. This man came all the way from Long Beach, which is 45 minutes away, to Slauson Ave in Crenshaw. To see going to get a hamburger. And nigga, the female that drove him said that he was stopping over there to get a hamburger.
Yeah, I seen him in a little burger spot. Yeah, so I believe Nipsey. I mean, he was a brother. I don't think. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I hope you know what I'm saying. Like you said, he was sent. I mean, he was sent. I mean, he did the job, and it's crazy. Like, you feel me? Like, man, that's crazy.
Everybody got a mouth when they disrespected. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a way of talking to people when they disrespected. You know, we see Tam on here going off when she get disrespected. You know what I'm saying? I think when Nip, when Nip put folks in their place and was talking crazy, is because he was disrespected. Like when dude put the camera on him and Lauren when they were hopping out the car on private property. When dude disrespected him at the BET Awards, y'all remember that? When Nip
smacked the hell out of him.
BET Awards.
Yeah. I mean, we know we like that. But I'm just saying, you looking like a threat. That's all I'm saying. In the media eye, in the big eye, like, man, you walk around here scaring these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. That's the number one thing. You appear as a threat. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
that's
real. He
real.
could have been a thread of unity, bringing everybody together out there in Cali, like they, say he was doing and stuff like that too.
Well,
So
if he was on that independent, he was definitely a threat.
right, and your brother, and his brother, I like that his brother hustle. I like his brother hustle. So it's like you got a brother that got a mean hustle by himself, networking by
What kind of
himself.
hustling did his brother do? Did his brother
His
own
brother
that
was just
shop?
a businessman. Brother, businessman. You know what I'm saying?
He did anything. See what you got to realize. We talk about dog getting it out the mud. You know them boys used to sell socks and T-shirts across the street spot, and they ended up buying the whole plaza.
Yeah, he come up under that is so so it's like Minty, that what you doing?
Is
like
the marathon closed now?
I think they opening it back up.
I done heard his brother say they were selling fruits and all kinds of stuff out there. You know what I'm saying?
But they got Marathon Burger, they got Marathon OG, they got Marathon the online store, and they got a partnership with Puma where they release shoes and clothing. So So they
They
locked
could
in.
show sell shit with Nipsey face on it for real.
Yeah.
And then they got the neighborhood Nip Foundation, you know. So, and
They had like
yeah, they business is straight.
that was his brother was big on business, like business mindset. Like, bro, we ain't gotta do this. We can do it like this. We can, you know what I'm saying? We can sell a t-shirt, we can sell socks, we can sell jeans, you know what I'm saying? We can sell, you know what I'm saying, or we can have all kind of other businesses and stuff. So I do respect I always respected that about bro, you know what I'm saying? So that really I can see them making that pop too, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Long live Nip, man.
Yeah,
Crazy.
long live Nip. And just to be honest with you, Black Sam was just he had a rough edge on him, just like Nip. He just never joined the gang. He stood by himself, you know.
Right. That was
Yeah,
smart too.
yeah.
Smart. I mean, you know, come on, man. You know, they be putting it in your face like, damn, how he getting away with that? You know what I'm saying? But man, no, man. You know, once they know once they know you that, man, man, hey, it's fair game with you. It's fair game with you in them folks' eyes, for real.
hmm So you know, they locked down from a business aspect. Like you said, 2 Marathon clothing, brick and mortar stores, and they got the Marathon Burger. They got Marathon OG for
They
sale.
had they had the tree too. They had the tree legally.
That's the Marathon OG.
Oh
So
yeah. Hell yeah.
yeah, Nip and Dolph was very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Nip had respect for dog. Yeah. Mutual
Y'all
respect.
probably took a lot of inspiration from Nip.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember Dolph when Nip died. Dolph had the Nipsey chain with the Crenshaw logo wrapping around Nipsey's picture in the chain. That was a fire ass chain.
Yeah, I remember that. Dolph used to make them brothers go out there and pay homage too, man. And set up
Right.
shop and out there in Grape Street, little neighborhood. They barbecuing, cooking, and all kinds of stuff. Shit, NLE did it one time before too.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with bro.
Uh, I seen him out there in Memphis though. When he be going back home, hey Hilda, when he go back home, it's like he put his home team, he put his home costume back on or some shit. I like he switch. I like that nigga. Okay, he back. Oh, like I don't know. When he go home, he be at home, but when he leave home, he be on no damn Chris Brown shit, man.
Yeah.
That's all right though. I mean, at least he's staying out of trouble, man. Stay out of trouble, man. All right, that's all I can say. Stay out of trouble.
Pooh Shiesty promoting Dr. Rose in Dallas. Pooh Shiesty finna move to Dallas. Y'all know that, right? So that only lends to the ideology of BCMG.
That's where the little new headquarters at.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy work.
Yeah.
It's crazy
Pooh
work.
Shiesty finna set up shop in Dallas.
Man,
Who said he want to stay? Is he independent right now?
Nah, he signed 1017.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And to further notice.
Yeah, they making real good money, but you'll never make that money if it was 100%. Like if you get 100 mil, you shit 90 of it that's yours. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like it is a difference. But even if you do sign a deal, whatever, be thankful you got some money coming in. You ain't on the street, man. Just give us good music. Keep giving us good music and stay out of trouble. Shit. And that's why I kind of like Shiesty because Shiesty ain't, he make music. He just got his own little Memphis mute. He got his own, like he ain't got no drill music. He ain't going at nobody. He just giving you bars. And that's why Shiesty gonna win. Cause he giving us bars. He ain't just talking about he finna go. You know what I'm saying? So just crazy. He giving us actually good bars right now. So that's why Shiesty, he gonna be all right.
Right. Big U never liked Black Sam since Sam didn't let. Yeah, and see, Nip did a song throwing some dishes at Big U as well, and for that they wanted to come on a lot, and they called Nip out for a DP, and Black Sam started shooting at them niggas. He went to jail for that, but yeah, he wasn't playing behind Nip.
Dang, I heard about that too. I remember you said that before, and I seen Black. I heard about that. That's stamp.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but yeah. But look at Big U. Look what he going through. Like it's just all a revolving door.
Absolutely.
It's a revolving door, man. And shit.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, he out of here.
I think when men start putting their pride aside, being able to sit down like men, things will be better. You ain't gotta lose your life to get a point across. Big you could have came at Nip and hey man, I felt bad. I feel you, we got settle that shit out like men. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
He was never gonna get settled. Big U wanted money. He wanted money. He wasn't gonna get no money.
Man, sometimes you just can't always get the money. Sometimes it ain't about the money. Sometimes you gotta be, hey, Nip, what can I do to be in position? What you need me to do? You know what I'm saying? Forget the money. That's gonna come. But what can I do to be in position? You know what I'm saying? To stay out your way and you out my way, and we can just make this shit better. Sometimes, bro, but nigga want to do it the hard way, hitter, the easy way, thinking it's the easy way, but it's really the hard way.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You could have went to the marathon and talked to that man like a man. That's all I'm saying. Instead of sending that little crazy boy over there that ain't got nothing to lose.
Yeah. As the story goes, in Roast, the LAPD were like 10 feet away from Black Sam and were pulled to gun him down and missed. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's mighty funny how they popped up soon. The Big U popped up, wanted to fade.
Yeah, man. Force, yeah. He tied in, so no, man. I see I see how he felt, what he felt. They both under the same with the same. So it's like, but it's that's really what the racketeering, that's what they come in from extortion. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all the same, this man owe you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then y'all both get jammed up. You owe him phone calls. Let me get that, man. You a brother, man. And you know what I'm saying? You owe him a honey bun and noodle to commissary. It's some weird shit. It really is some weird. It really weird. That when I started eating on the meat, going to the premiere knowledge, man. What's really out here? This shit right here distracting me, man. They trying to use a brother.
So what y'all know about that Gucci Man and Shiesty situation? Not much. Not much. That storyline is shaky. It came out of nowhere. Nobody really substantiated it. That one gonna take a little time to develop.
I think it's a solid little thing. They got just an understanding, like a line, like, okay, things ain't right now, but that money is there. You know what I'm saying? That money is there. That's what I see. I see Pooh feel how he feel. You lost your cousin and stuff while shit was gone. Stuff got a little hectic when you were gone. And, Scar passed, I understand. And, a lot of people gone. But at the end of the day, I don't think that money slowed up. And that's what really keeping things at a ease right now. That money ain't stopped.
No, the money ain't stopped, but it's the fact that they can't go forward together because of the
Yeah.
something that he disrespected the family.
Right. Exact that part right there. And
Yeah.
I know how they is. Them boys were real cousins. That
Right.
that one don't want no man, we were just calling you them real cousins. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
He
So
let it be known. He let
And they don't
go
really,
ahead.
and the sad thing about it, you don't hear a lot of people pay a lot of homage to Big Scar.
We said it, man. Man, long live Scar. Scar with that guy. Met him in flesh. Real talk. Apple Blossom, man. That was a good man, good guy, man. For real. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Scott.
Well, they said he was real. They say he was real friendly and stuff.
Yeah, it's just you know, you play with double R, whatever he repping and claiming and banging and putting down. You know, he gonna be a boogie. He gonna get you. But you know, Scar was a good guy, man. He was a good guy. I ain't got nothing bad to say about him. I mean, I wish he would have just stayed off that dope, them pills or whatever. You know, shit, but it's what it is.
I sure hate that for Big Scar. I do.
Yeah, I do too.
He rapped nicely. You know, he had a nice little rapper.
Yeah, and he loved Dolphin on people. Pooh and them, they were mingling with that side. I'm just saying, like, them folks saying they ain't gonna really speak too much of it, but them folks definitely was. Yeah, Pooh was in Apple Blossom too. They all, yeah. So that's why Pooh got a nah. Pooh will never get out of line. You know, them boys got a mutual respect for Dolph. You know, Scar loved Dolph too.
End of the day, Pooh and Gucci, they just gotta figure something out.
Yeah.
How to part ways amicably.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Gucci still got to say so, right?
Yeah. Or Keisha, however you want to look at it.
Yeah. Shit. Better go rub on Keisha booty and say, hey, I got it. We're going to make these things right. I'm just booty. I'm just booty. Now, Pooh J really deserved to go on part ways or go himself. Gucci need to just go on, retire, put it up in a museum, and live the rest and live happy on, man. That's what I'm just saying, man. Let it go, Gucci. It's up to Gucci. Got to let it go. He gotta let it go, man. You in LeBron's situation right now. You've been in the game too long, man. I'm just saying, go home. Go home. I mean, ain't that right, Hilda? Hilda, just keep it real. It's time for Gucci to just retire, put it up in a museum.
I mean, well, if he gonna be controlled by his wife, then yeah, you need to.
Hey, Hilda said, man, all right now, hey, we that nice we got roll is only to a certain extent. Yeah, I'll still wear the pants, goddamn. I like that right there. That real though. Damn.
All
Yeah.
right, y'all. It's been almost 6 hours. I got to get off and make my rotel. I am
All right, Miss
hungry.
T. All right, Hilda. I'm gonna keep donating. Hilda, pop out.
I got you, man. I'll be out sometime this evening.
Hey, Paige T Clean. I ain't seen you on here in a long time.
T Clean, what's going on, man?
All right, you guys. Listen, I appreciate everybody tuning in today. ASAP, you got your page started, haven't you? Ace. Mac name Ace.
He might be gone.
Okay. Y'all, what time you coming on today?
Probably about anywhere between 6 and 7.
Okay, coming on later. Well, it's 3:00. Shit, that ain't. I'm thinking. I'm ready to say later on, way later, but that's about 3 hours. Lorenzen Rice mother. Oh yeah, I will. Lorenzen Rice mother is having a real hard. Did you see that video? I'm gonna do a video on it.
Okay, yeah, drop a video on it.
I'm gonna drop a video on it. Y'all make sure y'all go tune in to Hilda. He'll be on in a couple hours. By the time I sit down with my rotel, but it don't take rotel no time. I'll be full by that time because my stomach done started growling. So make sure y'all go and subscribe over to Hilda. Go over there and support his channel. We appreciate Hilda and McDade Mason. Cypress coming up. Go subscribe to Cypress channel. They're trying to get to 10,000. You at like 8,000 now, ain't you, Hilda?
7. I'm close to 74.
You're about to get there. So we're trying to get Hilda. He's on the stretch to 10,000. We're on the stretch. We're on the stretch to I forget how many I got now, but we're trying to go up and up and up. You said what now?
You about to hit 30. I think.
Yeah. So we're on the stretch to 30,000. So keep sharing the videos for us. Keep supporting the channel. We really appreciate that. You know, Hey, we was on here for 5 hours, almost 6 hours, just enjoying. Believe it or not, as most people may think, we don't. When you on live, you don't get paid unless it's super stickers. So I appreciate the people that give. You really get a little bit of money, a little bit if you do videos. And y'all notice that we kind of been lacking on videos, so we really ain't getting no money off of YouTube, right? The only thing that the lives do is help to keep your hours above the water. That's it, but you don't get paid unless you're doing a super chat. And YouTube get almost half of that. That's why we always say send it in a cash app, right? If you can, we're not demanding that nobody's saying anything, but if you can support the channel, we really appreciate that a whole lot. Okay. Make sure you all hit like the video, subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate you all support, as we continuously grow and go up. We want more people and stuff to come into the channel. And hey, with the hate and stuff, that just come, people just, anytime you hate when 60 people on the live, that means you just gonna have hate. I mean, you can't stop it, because if you hate with 60, can you imagine how it's gonna be when it start to be 15 to 2,000 people? I mean, shoot, folks gonna be going in rooms talking about hits. That's, I hope not.
Oh, yeah, they gotta sit down at the table.
It's definitely that type of mindset where that jealousy is real heavy and strong. That's one of the reasons why I played the video earlier, about once you learn, when you know where you come from and the greatness that you come from, you realize that is on the inside of you. You're descendants of that. You don't have to be jealous. You just need to tap into who you are and get on your path, right? That's basically what we've been saying the whole time. A lot of people know that, a lot of people don't, and so that's why it's good to encourage even the people that be in the bushes. Why they don't come out, I don't know why they don't come out, but rather they're on here to hate, or they truly just support and they're shy. Hey, hopefully they can catch some of that knowledge, and if they are in here on something different, maybe they'll change their mindset, right?
And bottom line is, we can all be great together.
Thank you, Paige T. Clean. I appreciate that so much. I love you too, darling. Well, listen, you guys, make sure y'all tune in to the Alabama Hitter channel in about, he said 3, which come out in 3 hours, 6 o'clock, 6 to 7, around that hour time.
Right.
So y'all gonna cook y'all food. I'm sure everybody made some chili. Hitter, y'all still got a lot of that chili left on it.
It's going down.
How big is the pot? Y'all made enough for how many days?
Probably get about 3 out of this, man. You go past 3, you stretching it.
As my grandma and them used to say from Mississippi, you made a gent pot. You made a great gent pot.
Come on now, a great gent pot.
They used to try to say giant. You made a great gent pot. I didn't know what that meant for a long time until one of my cousins said, "You do know what they're saying, right?" I said, giant. I said, "Oh shit!" I was almost 20 when I learned it. You made a great gent pot. So make sure y'all tune in. I'm getting ready to make my rotel. I want something spicy, so I'm gonna make my little rotel, and then I do my chili next week, and I do my chicken noodle soup next week too. So anyways, you guys, I love you all. I appreciate you all so much. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Hit, I appreciate you. Love you very much. McName Ace, Cypress, the same. Talk to you all later.
We out.